guy. I think that was a brake lockup over in turn number 12. The first race, they ran what's called Road Course B, which includes the Speedway 3 and 4 section. So the turn down off of the backstretch into turn 10, 11, 12, and the chicane before the coming back up on the Speedway. The Pro Spec Miata category bypassed that. This weekend, everybody here is running the full infield road course. Now going to the top, the number 69 of Mark Gibbons jumps into the 46s. First driver to drop beneath a 1:47. He's at a 1:46.4. The 63 of John Rodat is sitting in the second spot, but a little over half a second off. Then the 99 of Noah Harmon. Then the 151 of Nico Fondrini. He was one of the real players at our opening round of the championship. Harley Scuffle is now in the 6th spot. In the 7th spot is the 46 of Chris Clark. Then the 51 of Will Robinson is in the 8th spot. 9th is the 199 of Bob Mueller. And rounding out the top 10, the 101 of Michael Fontaine. And at our opening round of the championship, let me tell you folks, these Pro Spec Miata competitors put on some absolutely exceptional racing. And those of you who may not be real familiar with Spec Miata, as the name implies with the word spec in it, all of these cars are basically prepared to the same spec. Now here's the caveat that's a little different than other spec series where the cars are literally identical, front to back, top to bottom. In this category, there are some changes based on model year for the cars. And there are some cars that are running a slightly larger engine that are a little newer. Well, they are sort of ballasted, if you will. They run a little bit heavier to bring them all, regardless of year, engine size, the like, bring them all into the same performance window. So in that sense, they're all, let's put it this way, specced out, if you will. So that's why it is Spec Miata. It is a massively popular class in club racing. Sports Car Club of America at the runoffs these days consistently gets 80 entries in Spec Miata. And NASA, another series that runs it, get huge entries. And Pro Spec Miata takes the level of intensity of Spec Miata racing, the club competition, and believe me, folks, Spec Miata racing at the club level is fierce. It's the only way to put it. But Pro Spec Miata takes that level of ferocity and then adds purse money to it, and so it goes from fierce to absolutely wicked in terms of the competition out there, and that is what makes this so exciting. Wow, Gibbons now knocking on the door of going sub 1:46. He's at a 1:46 flat. Coming in here after that first round, the driver Frankie Barroso is your point leader, and I know it's early in the season, but still by 1 point over Rob Bailey, just incredibly close. Tied for third in the points are Max Schweid and Marcos Vento, and they're only 4 points back. Then another point back is 56 Todd Burris, who qualified on pole for the first race. Looked like, or for the first event weekend, and qualifying sets the grid for the first race, and then the finishing order of the first race sets the grid for the second race. Burris looked like he was in the perfect spot in about third, getting ready to start the last couple of laps of the race. Made a little mistake going down into turn 1, ran wide, got shuffled back, ended up 7th. But boy, did he come back with a vengeance in the feature race, if you will, with a big win. And it was Rob Bailey got the win in that first race, but Frankie Barroso with just some amazing consistency, 2 podiums, a third and a second. That's why he's got that 1 point margin over Rob Bailey, who had a win in a fourth. So that's kind of how it checks out right now. And as I said, there were 15 cars entered for that one, and it is a whole different ball game here. And Gibbons drops into the 145s, only driver to do so now at a 1 minute 45.97. But it's Todd Burris that has leapt from outside of the top 10 up into second now at a 1 minute 46.326. Will Robinson now has jumped to third. Noah Harmon and Harley Scuffle dropped to fourth and fifth. And our point leader, Frankie Barroso, sitting in the 8th spot right now. But remember, this is just a practice session. But what they do, it's a practice session, but you can believe your times from this session, because there's one more qualifying practice coming up at 1:40. But if you're faster this morning, those times can be used, it's my understanding, to establish the grid. no real change at the sharp end of things. Only drivers still down into the 145s at a 1 minute 45.970. It's the 69 of Mark Gibbons. Todd Burris is second, about 35 100ths off of Gibbons' pace at this point. And he is about 15 100ths of a second ahead of Noah Harmon. Looking to see if there's been any major movers. And right now, I see a lot of cars, and you're going to see this, folks, if you're somewhat new to racing, a lot of cars doing out and ins, where they go out, do a couple laps, and come right back into the pits. And they're just making adjustments, tweaking the cars, working on them, that sort of thing. And just trying to dial in the setup here. And this track, just if you're new to this facility, the infield road course here is really hard on tires, really abrasive. So you want to have a setup on the car that is really, really easy, as easy on the tires as possible. You don't want the tires, the car to be sliding too much, because on an abrasive track, then that track kind of becomes a cheese grater and it just tears up the tires. So you don't want the car moving around much. You want to be able to keep the tires underneath you, because even though these aren't endurance races, they're still going to be long enough where you can chew up those tires. It does go quickly, doesn't it? Only about 3 minutes. Only about 3 minutes left in this session, and the order, as I've given it the last few times, pretty much staying pat at this point. One development is Jose de las Casas has moved up now into the top 20 after not having a time a bit earlier. So some drivers that waited a little bit longer to get out on track are now starting to show some speed, but it's still Mark Gibbons up top. And for the Pro Spec Miata category, by a big chunk of change, really, that 0.35 of a second. Normally these cars are separated by hundredths or thousandths, and it's about 3.5 tenths right now. That's a big, big margin. But again, it's practice. That's what I've been talking about. Drivers will be coming out of the pits, doing a few laps, coming back in, making adjustments. You'll also see drivers sometimes wanting to be by themselves on the track to find out what the car is doing by itself so that they can really dial in the setup. And then you're going to see them try and tuck in behind somebody, try and get a little bit of a draft. Without running oval 3 and 4 here, the draft is nowhere near as impactful. But you still want to have, you still have a shot down the front straight. When you come out of turn 8 onto the back stretch, you can get a nice little pull there in these cars. And also coming out of turns 4 and 5 on the infield, heading down to turn 6, it's a long enough straight. You can pick up a little bit of time. Same deal coming out of the exit of 6 through 7 up into 8. Hugely efficient overtaking area up into turn 8. That too is long enough. You can get a little bit of a pull, just a little bit of help from the car in front. So everybody's going to be checking that out, maybe finding a partner if you're a lone warrior, you're not part of a multi-car team out there. And checker flag flies. very quick turnaround here, and in just a couple of minutes, we anticipate having our prototypes for the combined prototype and GT Sprint and Enduro series. They're splitting up the prototypes and the GT cars for practice and qualifying, and it will be the prototypes that will be coming out for a 20-minute free practice in just a bit. sessions. Normally, the fields, you would have the prototypes and the GT cars out practicing and qualifying together, but got a pretty sizable entry here this week, and particularly in the GT cars. And so they decided to split the two groups, the two categories. Prototypes, which you can see coming by right now, one of the Radicals, absolutely beautiful machines coming by. We've also got Pragas and Wolf Thunders and just some amazing machines. And they're going to be out there by themselves for this practice session. And then it will be 20 minutes. And then following this, we will have a separate 20-minute opening practice for the GT cars. And the GT cars, a lot of them, and there's a lot of different categories. And that's one of the things that FARA does well is if you own a race car, there's probably a place for you to race it in FARA. And it doesn't matter if it's a fire-breathing V8 Corvette or a high-revving Porsche Flat 6 Boxster or even a V12 Ferrari. There is a place for you to run. But also if you're running a Honda Civic or something in between, a BMW M3, an M2, any of those categories, there's a class for you in FARA, and you're going for your own class victories and podiums. So one, lots of different races going on within a race, and also it is nonstop passing. May not always be for an in position class battle, but that certainly sort of disrupts just trending and following everybody around. When you're working through slower or faster traffic, you've got to figure out a way to get it done, and it keeps things very exciting on the track. So that's all part of it. But when you have a large entry here for the first time out on track, and I like the idea of doing this for qualifying, because the prototypes and the GT cars make their speed in very different ways. The prototype cars often don't have as big an engine as a lot of the GT cars, so they're not as fast in a straight line. Plus, they have a lot of aerodynamic downforce on the cars, which creates drag. So without a huge motor and lots of drag, they may not be as quick as the GT cars in a straight line. But when the GT cars have to jump on the binders because they don't have a lot of downforce to go into a corner, the prototype drivers laugh sinisterly and go 2 brake markers deeper, get rid of a lot less speed because the downforce on the cars allows them to go through the corners so much deeper and faster. So I like the idea of giving them one practice by themselves and then letting them qualify separately, so that you're not in a GT car and on a great lap, and you come up, and right as you're about to head into a corner, you have to check up because your terminal speed's higher, and right as you hit the brake, then the Formula car scoots away in front of you through the corner, and you're frustrated. And conversely, the Formula car, if there's GT cars out there, they got a great lap going, and they come up, and the car in front has to brake a lot earlier than they do, and their lap's gone. So it's basically about giving everybody space to get the job done. And just leading ahead a little bit over the lunch break, one of the things that FARA has sort of become associated with is the food trucks that come out. And it's a wide variety of absolutely exceptional food, so you can check that out. I also see the full Send Sims simulator rig is down there. So if you're looking to just have some fun and you want to drive this track, you can go just I know their rates are very reasonable, and you can go in and just drive. There's 2 sims in the back of that rig. If you're a driver that's here that's maybe struggling on a certain part of the track, you're not familiar with it, and you've got a coach with you, you can bring them in, and they can put you in the one sim, the coach in the other, and do lead follows, whatever you need to do, or the coach can actually stand behind you, and they've got separate monitors for full-on data displays to be able to look at. So whether you just want to drive it for fun or you want to get some coaching while you're here, Full Send Sims has the rigs in the back of that. It's a black trailer with a red F, and white S is FSS on the side of it, over on the, what would that be? West side of the paddock, sort of center west side, if you will. You can check all that out. Just to give you an idea of the difference in pace between the prototype cars and those Spec Miatas. Now the GT cars are going to be quicker than the Spec Miatas by a bit, but just to give you an idea why it's such a good idea, because there are some classes in GT that will lap similarly to Spec Miatas. Drew Altman right now, and remember the fastest time in Spec Miata was 145. Drew Altman just went a 127. So that's a lot of difference in lap time, and that's why it's such a good idea to let them get out and run by themselves. One of the things you'll notice from these prototype cars, a lot of different engine notes, and it's because there is a wide variety of different power plants in many of these cars. Some of them are just small displacement road car engines. Some of them are high revving motorcycle engines, and some of them are a little bit bigger, just more thundering engines in the cars as well. But they are all placed. There are 3 different classes for prototype. FP1, that's FARA prototype. FP1, 2, and 3. FP1, the highest performance potential, the most horsepower, whether it's a big block engine with just lots of low end grunt, or whether it's a smaller displacement turbo machine, they would all race in FP1. FP2 is for just slightly less power. They might as well as a little bit lighter weight, so there's still really high performance potential. They just don't have the outright straight line speed, but oftentimes they can be even quicker in the corners with the downforce and the light weight. And then FP3 is the same thing, just a little bit lighter and less powerful as well. And so that's part of the understanding here. Right now, Drew Altman in the number 11, he's driving a Radical. That's the SR3 RSX. Robert Haub in the number 25, he's sharing with Martin Bruhat, and they're driving a Praga, which is a really, really cool looking little race car. Gets around here very fast. The number 9 of Gabriel Zindarek for Manny Sanchez Racing, that is another Radical SR3. And then the number 5 of Jimmy Crawford, that's a Ligier, and that is the JS51 for Steadfast Racing. And just a variety of different chassis manufacturers, Praga, Ligier, Radical, Wolf. There's a number of them out there. And then it kind of comes down to what you can shoehorn into the back in terms of a power plant. What do you want to run? Some of them come with a turnkey motor installed, and some of them you can make some changes if you so desire. And Altman continues with the fastest lap at a 1:27.368. So he's dropped it into the 27s. And then the Robert Howd Martin Bruhat car at a 1:28.1. Those, and I'll tell you, that says a lot about Drew Altman, because that number 11, that little Praga or that Radical of his, that's a FP3 car. And he's right now almost 3/4 of a second quicker than the lone FP1 car that's out there right now. So as the checker flag comes out, checker flag is out. Oh, thank you, my friend. All right, going to be a really quick turnaround. Then we're going to have our GT cars. Our GT cars will be making their way out on the track for their separate 20-minute practice session. That'll scheduled to conclude at 9:15, and then at 9:20, our first practice for Formula FARA, our open wheel category, will be coming out as well. As you can hear, sort of the note of the orchestra has changed here, hasn't it? These beautiful individual instruments are out on track for the GT category. And you'll note there are a couple of cars out there that look far more prototypical maybe than GT, but they actually are GT classified cars. There are the black crossbows that are out there. There's a couple of them that should be out on track right now. Beautiful cars, and man, do they handle well. Really, really great little cars. And in this one, it's all from GT1, and each of the categories has two sort of subdivisions. There's GT1 A and B, GT2 A and B, GT3 A and B, GT4 A and B, and it's all a matter of horsepower versus weight. And that also determines performance potential. And as you would imagine, the GT1 category cars are going to have the highest performance potential. The GT1A slightly more so than GT1B. Enough that a GT1B car driven by the same driver as that driver in a GT1A car wouldn't really be able to keep pace. It isn't a huge difference, but it's enough. That's why they're split. Same deal with GT2 A and B. Very close, but there's just enough of a performance differential. And, it can be engine displacement. It can be, obviously, there's the weight issue. It can be aerodynamics on the car. They're all regulated, all the way down to GT4 A and B. And then one of my favorite classes here, if you want to go racing on a budget and have about the biggest bang for your buck you can imagine, Honda Wars. And they are all small Honda modified road cars, and they all have to run. And this is the cool thing. It can be pretty much any Honda chassis you want, but they all have to run the same engine. And it just really makes for some absolutely phenomenal racing. The number 16 of Stefan Oberndorfer in a GT1A machine out front right now in this session. By a little over half a second right now over the 103 of Jody Miller. That is a TLM Racing Porsche 991.1, a Porsche GT3 Cup car. Oh, and David Tuati just took his number 68 TLM Racing car to the top at a 129.8. First driver to go sub 1 minute 30. Most of the cars in the GT1A category are going to be the Porsche GT3 Cup category car. Highest GT2A car right now is the number 55 of Fabio Escorpioni. He is at a 1 minute 36.3. Highest GT1B car right now is the 73 of Yosef Hachem. And that is one of those Ansa Motorsports, the KTM. It's the GTX version, not the GT4, but the GTX version. And that's one of those really prototypical looking cars. Fastest GT2A right now is the 76, of Nicholas Karangalan. That's a BMW E36 that is really nicely turned out. Second quickest is a guy who had a huge weekend at the opening round of the championship, the number 47 of Philippe Rezik. And he too is driving an Ansa Motorsports. This is the GT4 KTM crossbow. Isabella Abreu in her number 11 GT4A machine, topping that category. She had a monster weekend at the opening round in her 3P Logistics Mazda. GT3A category leader at this stage in this practice session, the number 148. It's a car that's going to be shared by Julio Gastaldi and Pablo Gastaldi, and that's a JPG Motorsports VW Golf GTI. GT4A, current leader is the number 75 of Chase Navarre. Chase driving an MGM TLM Racing Mazda Miata. And right now, we only have one Honda Wars car out there right now, and that is the 725, another car that will be shared over the weekend by Moises Cordero and Carlos Lazaro, and that's the Raro Racing Team, Honda, built in the year 2000. David Tuat. Coming up next, is up. Yeah, okay, cool. Turn me off then. And now we are underway with our Formula FARA, our open wheel category. And this is really to me, is a fascinating category because it's very much a training series, if you will. And a lot of the young drivers, and they are that, believe me, we have 14 to 15 to 16-year-olds out here. A lot of these drivers are making their first ever step out of go-karts. And believe me, if you're not familiar with the karting ranks these days, they are just insanely competitive and fast. The SCUSA, that's the Superkart USA Championship, and the global versions thereof, the karts are very fast. The racing is intense. And so these young drivers who are 14 years old and they're making their first ever appearance in an actual racing car, they could have already 6 years of experience at pretty intense racing. But a go-kart is a different thing than an actual race car, particularly a car that's got some aerodynamics on it. In these cars, it's not super heavy aero, but they have wings front and rear. And when you get up to speed, those wings produce downforce. They push the car down onto the track. And a go-kart doesn't have that. It's all mechanical grip. And so if you're looking at moving up the ranks of open wheel racing to whatever level you aspire, whether it's just racing a F2000 car, a Formula 4 car, whatever, or if you want, if you're young and you're quick and you think IndyCar is in your future, or dare I say it, Formula 1, you're going to have to learn at some point how to drive a car with aero on it. And this is a great stepping stone. What sets this series apart is, by design, it uses a slightly older F4 chassis, a Ligier F4, Formula 4 chassis. And as such, you don't have the cost of brand new chassis, right? These are cars that, one, have been around a little while, are well developed. The parts are still plentiful, but there's enough of these cars out there that the market keeps the price comparatively low to brand new F4 cars that run some of the new trick stuff. And for the young drivers coming out, they don't need all of that super trick stuff in their first step into a car. They just need to learn racecraft, how to drive a slightly aerodynamically effective formula car and learn some racecraft. And that's what this series does exceptionally well, and it does it without costing what it would be to run a full-on brand new F4 car program or the like. So you can get into this for remarkable costs. I mean, racing isn't cheap, period. But if you want to cut your teeth, what it costs per event and thus per season here in this Formula FARA category is extraordinarily reasonable. And these cars, they have plenty of performance in them for somebody who's stepping up. And as a matter of fact, one of the stars of our first weekend about a month ago is a young lady, Mate Casieres, who also has raced in the Formula One, and keep this in mind, in the Formula One support series called Formula One Academy for lady racers. And she came out here and had an extraordinarily good first weekend in this championship, and is right near the sharp end in terms of the points. And it's great to have her. She's running fourth in the number 12 out there right now from Uruguay. Very, very talented young driver. Gaston Arazu, another driver from South America, is sitting second right now. He too was very impressive in that first weekend. Then the young Felber brothers, Cash Felber and Roman Felber. And one of them are the guys, somebody's had a little spin over in turn 6, it looks like. And the car is just sitting right now. We'll see if it's going to be able to drive off. If not, that is very much in a potential impact zone, as it's called. They would have to probably red flag the session and get somebody out there to get that car under tow. Oh, driver's getting out, so it's parked. And it's not going anywhere. Driver quickly gets out, and I would be a lot more pleased if that driver got a lot farther away from that car if they're not going to be sitting in it. Because oftentimes, safest place is stay in the car until you're informed by somebody else to get out. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, I see the red flag in the starter's hands. Minute that driver got out of the car, that told us it's going to be red, because I have a feeling, I'm not sure who that is, and I'm not going to worry about making a big effort to find it, because believe me, the officials will find that driver and say, okay, here's what we do in these things. And number one is don't get out of your race car in a hot track. So they'll work with that. But I'll tell you, really impressive here. Cash Felber, I was going to say the Felbers, you look at them, neither of them looks 12. And I think they're like 14 and 15. They are young. Now, of course, that's coming from somebody of my age. So you have to, assume that I'm probably, over-exaggerating the age gap, because I look so much older, and they look so incredibly young. But right now, Cash Felber on top at a very impressive 1 minute 30.572. And Roman sits fourth. Cash in the number 1, Roman in the number 2. JT Hoskins in the number 14 sits fifth. Driver who did not run in our first event, the 17 of Jacob Gerke, sits in the 6th spot. Then Beckham Yassir in the 7th spot. Teddy Masella in the 8th spot. Another driver who did not run with us in the opener, the 32, Ashlyn Speed. She is up into the 9th spot. Pablo Benitez is 10th. Alex Bobadilla is 11th in the 09. Benitez, by the way, in the 44. 12th, the number 80 of Hal Gould, another driver that did not run with us. In 13th, the number 8, Max Mokara. Great to have Max with us. Jake Pollock in 14th did run with us. And then Toro Rodriguez in the number 7 sits 15th. He, too, is a new driver this season. So absolutely great. So nice to see this category growing just a little bit. And I'll tell you what, the racing they put on in that first event was absolutely extraordinary. And the second race in particular, because we had a rain squall move through. And when they took off onto this track, and again, like I said, you're talking 14 to 18-year-olds, some of them their first time ever stepping out of go-karts on a very wet track. And many of them probably had no testing time in the wet in these cars, because testing does what? Costs money. And so when you're trying to do something on a budget, sometimes your testing is the practice sessions at an event. And we were, lots of us were up here in the announce booth and race control on that wet track with, unbridled optimism, but we were like duck on the stormy pond, all calm on top and paddling like crazy underneath. Fingers crossed behind our backs going, oh boy, what are we going to have in this race? And these young drivers went out for 30 minutes. We didn't even have a corner yellow. And it was some of the most furiously competitive racing, with these drivers carrying slides through the corners and just inches off of each other. It was spectacular. And we walked away from that going, wow, this is how they're starting. This is a great crop of young drivers. So I think you're in for a treat when it comes time for racing here. After this, folks, we're going to have about an hour and a half of what's called high-performance driver education sessions here from 10 to 10:30. So in 27 minutes, just a reminder that all of the drivers for FARA competition racing, which includes the prototypes, the GTs, the Pro Spec Miatas, and the Formula FARA, 10 to 10:30 drivers meeting in the paddock. Remember that. It's mandatory. You can't miss it, or you'll get fined or points taken away. Something. And then at 11:20, we will have prototype qualifying for the FARA Sprint Championship. And then at 11:40, when that ends, we'll have an hour lunch break. Then GT cars will be out. We are going to have a grid walk from 12:10 to 12:40 during that break. So they'll be lining up a number of the GT cars just in the pit lane on the false grid. And you can go out, wander around. We'll let you know when the track's open. Please do remember that when we start announcing at that point to start clearing the track, do it as quickly, safely, but as quickly as you can so we can stay on time here. And then that'll lead us into an afternoon of activities here at Homestead-Miami Speedway as we are back to green for Formula FARA. Formula FARA's partners for the 2024 season are Tire Lord Racing Tires, the Academy Winter Series, and the Homestead Driving Club, all supporters and partners of Formula FARA. And I love that one of them is the Homestead Driving Club, because a driving club should do everything within their power to help bring young, up-and-coming drivers into and up through the sporting ranks here. All right, folks, we have a car that has had a quick loop down at the entrance to turn 2, sort of between 1 and 2. Looks like it just got away from them, and they are now facing the wrong way on the track, and it looks like they have lost power at this point. And so that's why we have this other red flag out here right now. And it should be a relatively, I don't think there was contact with anything, so it should be a fairly quick switcheroo here. Yasir Beckham has moved up from 5th to 4th That's really the only big change, other than Toro Rodriguez up from 15th into the 10th spot. He took a big chunk of time off of it and putting in some really nice laps right now. It's still Cash Felber up top. And then it is Gaston Arazu. That's the 1 in the 27, the 12 of Mate Caceres. Very impressive young lady, that's for sure. The 8X of Yasir Beckham is 4th. The 2 of Roman Felber is 5th. 14 of JT Hoskin is 6th. The 17 of Jacob Gerke is 17th. 8th is the 25 of Teddy Masella. 9th, the 32 of Ashland Speed. And 10th, the number 7 of Toro Rodriguez. And we're 20 minutes into the session. So if they do get going again, we might get 1 or 2 laps out of this. We'll let you know. All right, they're basically going to probably get an out lap, maybe one fast lap, and then the checker. We do have a little bit of wiggle room on the schedule, not a lot. So with that red flag coming out where there was about 5 minutes to go, which would essentially be about 3 laps, and we're right now about 10 seconds from the end of the scheduled end of the session, they might just let them have one more fast lap here. We do have some wiggle room. And as I said, next thing coming up, it's the high performance driver education sessions and that mandatory drivers meeting coming up in just a little bit. So we'll see what they opt to do. Looking at the starter right now, and this is standard because just in case somebody were to come out late, the starter, they will always display the red flag or the green flag while there is the track is in fact for that first lap. Now, we'll watch what the starter does, and if that green stays out for the next lap, then we know what will happen here. It'll either be a green or a checker, and let's see what happens for these young drivers. Again, Mate Casieres and Gaston Arazu right before that red flag came out, and we're staying green. They're giving them another lap. I'd love to see this. Gaston Arazu jumped to the top at a 1:30.988. And Mate Casieres only 3/10 behind him in her number 12, putting in a good lap. That pushed Cash Felber back to third. Yasir Beckham still fourth in the number 8X, and the number 2 of Roman Felber still fifth. JT Hoskins jumping up into the 6th spot now at a 31.8. Nice lap for him. And looking to see who does what here. I'm intrigued to see what they're going to do. Just again, looking at it was definitely scheduled to be a 25-minute session. Being a flagger myself, the starter just rolled up the green. That's usually a pretty good indication that we're wrapping things up here. Once again, after this, and we'll make a couple of announcements to remind everybody about that 10 o'clock drivers meeting, but then up until 11:20, it will be high performance driver education. Oh, they're going to give him yet one more lap, it looks like. So they decided to give him the equivalent of what was left on the clock, perhaps. Let's see, does anybody make some big jumps here? Cash Felber just earned his best lap. That says a lot after being parked, coming out, doing an out lap, then a warm-up lap, then putting in a flyer. How about these margins, folks? This is why we love this series. Cash Felber right now, the number 1, sits third, 85 1/1000ths of a second off of Mate Casieres. Yasir Beckham sits fourth in the 8X, 50 1/1000ths of a second off of Cash Felber. And then number 2, Roman Felder, only a quarter of a second off of Beckham. These groups are really, really close. The biggest gap is Gaston Arazu to Mate Casieres. And Gaston, early on in our first race, about a month ago, our first event, had that kind of a margin right out of the gate. And believe me, by the time qualifying came around, that had evaporated, and it was super close. Toro Rodriguez on that last lap made a big jump, finding almost a second from his previous best time, and goes from 10th to 7th in the number 7. That was well, I'll tell you, whatever they may have done in the pits, and it could have been nothing in terms of the car. He and his engineer might have had a little chat and said, look, you can do this. Get out there, find a little pace, go after it. And he did. Really nice lap on that last one here. And the checker, that's the checker. Checker is out. Pablo Benitez just set his best lap at a 1:32.4. Nice run for him. Wow, Jacob Gerke in the number 17 put in a really good last lap, a 1:31.94 just coming through, and that moves him back up into 7th, pushes the 7 of Toro Rodriguez to 8th. Teddy Massella in the 25 is 9th, and Pablo Benitez in the number 44 is 10th. Here's the number 44, Pablo, the all-red Ligier F4. I think everybody has received the checker, folks, so Irazu ends up on top of the first practice. Once again, a reminder, 10 a.m., 10 a.m., that's in 9 minutes, mandatory drivers meeting for all FARA competitors. Mandatory drivers meeting, FARA competitors. Give that announcement just a couple more. Meanwhile, at 9:50, this might be back by a few minutes, we'll have our first of our high-performance driver education. What this isn't door-to-door racing. This is high-speed lapping and coaching. And it's for, well, a variety of things. There are different categories. There's novice, intermediate, and advanced. And if you are looking to go racing, it's a great way to get a feel of driving at a racetrack without door-to-door competition, without that level of nervousness. You're out there in a group with cars and drivers, more importantly, of a similar competition level. And you can go out and drive. You can have somebody ride with you, a coach. You can just start to learn the art of driving a racecraft. And it's not just art, it's science. Because every lap turned in a race car is a lesson in applied physics. And that's what you want to learn out there in getting, learning how the car works. And once you get that figured out a little bit, then you can start working on racecraft. And that's what high performance driver education is. It's not door-to-door timed competition. It's education and training. And that's what's going to be coming out for a while. Do want to remind everybody once again, we do have food trucks that will be here. The Full Send Sim Simulator. I see that awning is up now. And so you can head on over there. Again, that's in the Western Paddock. Big black trailer with FSS on the side. Check that out. The Sunoco Fuel Island, will be letting you know when that opens and closes. And again, a huge thank you to the great partners for the FARA Championship: Chicago Atlantic Group, Fixie Wheels, Mission Foods, Garage Living, Colosso, The Race Tailor, Pilsen, Headquarter Mazda, Rue Helmets, and the official tire of the FARA Championships, Hankook. We'll be back with you in just a bit.
via. Okay.
Up, and here comes the number 100. He did not go out a little bit earlier, and that looks to be Mac Lewis for Steadfast Racing. That's another of the Ligiers. That's the JS53 Evo. So, slightly newer version than Crawford's JS51. Here comes our Praga, I think, now. That should be the number 25, and I don't know whether it's Robert Haub or Martin Bruhat that's going to be on board here for this qualifying session. One of the two will take it out, and they had a pretty successful start to the championship at the opening round, the Miami 500 weekend, as they ended up getting the most points over the 4 races on the weekend, which then means they got the highest point total for the weekend, 25 points, and they lead the 155 of Marco Sanchetti and Mark Russell, drivers who shared that number 155, who we have not seen out on track yet. We'll see if they're going to be here running. That 100 is Milan Lewis, goes by Mac Lewis, but it's Milan Lewis. And Milan second in the points after a win and a podium. Unfortunately, he had a couple of problems in the first and third races, but he won the second race with fast lap and a podium in the third race. Here he comes. And for Milan, when you think about it, last season he was racing in the GT category, racing a Porsche Cayman, and was very strong in that car. But it's a big step jump from a Porsche Cayman up into one of these prototypes. And it was fascinating to watch Milan over the weekend at the opening round about a month ago. And they did have some problems with the car mechanically, so that's why he had a couple of DNS, or did not starts. But when he raced, he was quick. Again, getting a win and a fast lap in the second race, a podium finish, a second place in the fourth race. And for him, it's just now from a Porsche Cayman with virtually no downforce on it, all what they call mechanical grip if you're not used to racing. Mechanical grip is the grip that the suspension and tires deliver without any kind of aerodynamic, no wings, no splitters, nothing. It's just the grip that the tires and the suspension and the weight of the car itself, that's mechanical grip. Then you start adding in the wings and everything, and that's where things change up just a little bit. I think this is that white and green. It's almost an open wheel looking car, but it is actually a prototype. The wheels are enclosed, and I believe that's Teddy Alvarado making his way out on track. And that's a really cool car. That is one of the Wolf chassis cars. But anyway, Milan Lewis is at a 28.9. And Drew Altman, who was quickest this morning, is at a 29.1. And I just saw another car that's coming out to join the fray who wasn't on the early entry list, and it is a black Praga. And right now is making its way out of turn 4 and 5. And that normally is piloted by the guy who created the Vice defense in Ferrari Challenge competition, Aaron Weiss. A little bit of an inside fun joke there, but Aaron is a very talented wheelman. And we'll see what he's able to do. Milan Lewis now has taken his 100 down into the 128s at a 128.4. Drew Altman at quicker still now at a 128.0 for Drew. So he's gone to the top. And Manny Sanchez in the number 14 has dipped to the 128s. And now the number 25, the white Praga of Haub and Bruhat. And again, not sure who's driving, but they've dipped into the 127s at a 127.2. So it remains the number 25 points leaders, Robert Haub and Martin Bruhat, up on top right now over the 11 of Altman, the 14 of Manny Sanchez, Milan Lewis. Sanchez running an FP2, so he is now the leader in that category over Milan Lewis. They're 3rd and 4th overall, respectively. Gabriel Zendarczyk is second fastest in FP3 behind the very quick 11 of Drew Altman. And that number 72 of Aaron Weiss went out, did one warm-up lap, and just went to the top at a 1:25.6. He's now working his way through turn 4 and 5. And that black Praga and that is a car very, very lightweight. Doesn't have a big power plant in it, but it's very light. So it accelerates brakes and corners incredibly well. And while it might lag a little bit in outright straight line speed, there's really no super long straights here. And it can make up what it might lose on the straights in the braking zone and cornering speed and how quick it gets out of the corner. Aaron right now sending it down through turn 10, that quick little flick now into the very, very tricky 11. Now into turn 12. A little bit of lockup there. He is pushing hard on this one. Onto the front straight, right out to the cones. And coming along, Haub went to the top. And a 1:23.7 by Aaron Weiss. And that puts him on top by over a second and a half. That was a lap, folks. And I don't think he's done. Well, I'll tell you, he is right on the absolute edge in every corner. You can see him just a little bit of, you'll see a flick of dirt and debris, just very little, but it just means he just nicked the edge there. And that's just an indicator that He is, oh, that time though, he locked up big, man. He went in really deep into turn 8. And that was not just a little flick of trackside dust. That was tire smoke roiling off of that thing. Give you an idea just how hard he's pushing here. Robert Haub, the 25 is second. Manny Sanchez in the number 14 Wolf chassis is next up. That's the Wolf Thunder, number 14. Because of that lockup, Aaron off just a little bit from his best lap time. Miguel A. Marcano is out there in the number 29. But it's interesting, I think there may have been a car change there because he's listed in a GT car. Normally races a Porsche, but apparently he's out there in one of the prototypes. Oh, and we've got the number 25 is parked backwards up against the barrier, the pit wall, the exit of the last turn. He's not really in harm's way here, and there's only about 6 minutes left in the session. So we'll see whether they decide to continue the session. As that almost primer gray 100 of Milan Lewis, that Ligier JS53 Evo comes by. Cool looking race car. There's the absolutely beautiful blue. I think that's a Radical. Oh, and our number 25's moving. And looks like he's gonna at least be able to trundle on down. That saved the session right there. I could see the starter had that flag in his hands that you don't like to see. So that was nice. So I think that green, white, and black Wolf Thunder, I think that is Miguel A. Marcano. The orange and black Wolf Thunder that's going down pit lane right now, that is Manny Sanchez. And the Wolf Thunder cars, Manny is the distributor for those. So Aaron Weiss back out now, looking to see if he can better his 1:23.7 here in the last 5 minutes. And this is qualifying. This will set the front of the sprint and enduro field. They always start the FARA prototypes up front. So this will determine the front of the sprint enduro starting grid. Behind them come all the GT cars. It's so tough to see the numbers on some of these prototypes, but I'm pretty sure that green, white, and black entry that just went by is the 29, and that is listed as Miguel A. Marcano. The beautiful number 9 of Gabriel Zinadarczyk. And Aaron Weiss has decided to ducked back into the pits. Looking at the left front corner, which would be the one that he probably locked up going into 8. And when you really lock up a tire like that, folks, it develops what's called a flat spot. You'll hear that referred to, and it's exactly as it implies. Remember my comments earlier about a rough racetrack. When the car slides across it, it turns it into a cheese grater of sorts and roughs up the tire carcass. Well, when you have a big lockup, it takes it to the extreme and it grinds a little part of that carcass flat. Uh-oh, problem here. Miguel A. Marcano coming out of the last turn onto the front straight, picked up the throttle, and all of a sudden you could hear the engine. It just laid down, just lost all the revs, and he tried to downshift and keep it going, and that was it. There was no more juice, and we're almost at the end of the session anyway, but that's a real shame because I don't know how much testing Miguel's been able to get, but as I said, normally he drives a GT Porsche. So he needed some time, and it doesn't sound like Manny's car is all that healthy as it comes by either. And checker comes out. Going to checker it just a little early here. What with Miguel A. Marcano's car sitting trackside as here comes Mac Lewis. So right now, it should be the number 72 of Aaron Weiss on top. And Aaron showed up for the first race. And that number 25, the Bruhat and Haupt car that had the little moment a little while ago, but was very, very quick in that first weekend. And Aaron showed up, missed the qualifying, but Aaron's run this track a lot, so he was able to, or missed practice. He was able to get out in the qualifying session, was glued to the back of the number 25 and looked like this. Okay, this is going to be a good one. And then over in the turn 4-5 area, he said he heard a little burp from the engine, and it then caught fire. He pulled over, stopped. They were able to get to it right away, but that was the end of his weekend. So nice to see Aaron back out. As I said, he's quick, and he's going to keep things interesting for the competitors here in the FARA prototype classes. And looks like everybody has now headed into the pits. So now we'll see one of our EV machines head out and get a hold of the Miguel Marcano car and get that cleared here. But that leads us into lunch. So one more time, just a quick reminder, we've got food trucks here. We've got the full Send Sims rig there if you want to go have some fun driving. And I know it's not particularly warm out there, but just so you understand, I'm sure you're looking at that black trailer going, really? Yeah, it's got AC in it, so you're okay. You can head on over there. If you're there, say hi to Court, the owner of Full Send Sims. He's here. Very accomplished racer in his own right. It's one of the things that makes Full Send Sims just a remarkable sim building company. They build sims at virtually every price point that you would imagine. And Court, his sim building experience comes from about as intense a program as you can get, military sims, tanks, armored personnel carriers, all of that. He does a lot of sim training and work with them, but he's a real world racer. And so he takes all of that real world racing knowledge, combines it with his extraordinary sim building knowledge, and pretty incredible what they're building. And they build custom sims. There's actually a couple of competitors that have said, I would like you to build me what is called a one-on-one sim. And basically it means that Full Send Sims will go in and measure not just the dimensions of the inside of your car, but they'll also try and, as close as possible, mimic the tension on your shifters and on your pedals so that it literally mirrors your car. They'll build you a sim so that when you get in the sim, it feels just like your race car. So you lap in that sim, you learn, and then you get in the race car on the track, and everything you've learned in the sim feels very similar. And the end result is Full Send Sim's slogan: practice makes podium. So check that out. Check out the great food trucks here. There are some tables in between over by the media center. There's sort of a little breezeway there, and there's some cover there if you want to go grab something to eat. There's also, I know some of the food trucks have little seating areas, but please support the food trucks. They have been so good to us coming out and being a part of these weekends. And also, one last time, big thank you to Garage Living, Mission Foods, Fixie Wheels, Colosso, Chicago Atlantic Group, Rue Helmets, Pilsen, Headquarter Mazda, and the Race Tailor, and of course the official tire of the FARA Championship Series, Hankook Tires. All wonderful partners, and a huge shout out to each and every one of them. Enjoy your lunch. Well, everybody, we are in the midst of our grid walk here at Homestead-Miami Speedway for round 2 of FARA's Championship Series. And there is a look at some of the cars that will be setting out to qualify in just a minute's time. That's the beautiful GT1B Porsche 991.1 from TA Motorsports of Mark Julian, who has been the guy in the first round of the championship this year and over a few series, one of the absolute guns in the GT1B category. Look at that absolutely gorgeous Porsche. Extremely well turned out, and trust me, folks, wickedly quick. And the way that they are lined up down there in the pit lane, it's a random draw for the qualifying session. So gives everybody an opportunity to get out and take a little bit of a look here. Here is the number 60. That is the Ginetta G55 that will be run by Adolfo Rossi and his partner, life partner, Aline Cipriani. And that is one trick little car, super lightweight, runs a stock Ford V6 engine, the one that comes in the V6 Mustang. But because of its lightweight, and you can see how far back the drivers sit, the balance on that car is extraordinary. And it really, the thing that sets it apart here and makes it a weapon, especially at the end of longer runs, it is super good on its tires. Lightweight, agile, incredibly well balanced. And Adolfo and Aline, they get after it and do an absolutely superb job. And these are the cars that will be going out for qualifying in a minute. And you're getting a good look at some of these beautiful machines. And there is the number 55, another of the Ginettas. That's Escorpione's car, excuse me. And nice to have that beautiful machine ready to go and head out on track in short order. You can take a look at some of these fabulous machines. Let's see what's next up in our queue. That's the number 4. Michael Manella, the MCR Racing Porsche that runs in the GT1B category. Although, yep, you can see that graphic right there, GT1B, it's Manella, and obviously he has a co-driver on occasion, not entered this weekend for Collins. But when you've got cars that do enduros, if you're new to the sport, usually up on top of the roofline between the A and B pillars or the windshield and the center post, you will see the drivers' names. There's a look at the 68 David Tuati, the TLM Racing Porsche. That's the GT3 Cup car with the 68X he's running this weekend. Perennial front runner in the GT1 category and for the overall in the GT racing here. So one of the fast drivers in an absolutely rocket ship fast car. Cool to see here, to be sure. And that is the Roe Motor Oil number 68, also fielded by TLM Motorsports. And here we have the number 81, and that is a Lamborghini Huracan. I think that's a Super Trofeo version. And by the way, if anyone lost some golf cart keys, if you lost some golf cart keys, they've been found. They're out there at Pit Out with the Homestead truck down by Pit Out. Look at that beautiful Huracan Lamborghini right there. This is one of our great stories. Sophia Basler, last year, she won the championship in the GT2B category. And Sophia, with that championship in her belt, decided to step up and steps right into GT1B. And Sophia, you can see there, GT 3.8. And that's what separates GT1A and GT1B. GT1A cars are 4-liter in displacement. GT1B are 3.8 liters in displacement. Here's the beautiful number 61, the 16, a GT1A car in the hands of Steven Oberndorfer in the Atatec Racing Porsche. That is a GT3 Cup machine, runs in GT1A. And there's a look at the number 47, Justin Levine in the BMW M3, beautiful machine. The grid starting to clear for personnel from the grid walk as we are just minutes away from the start of our qualifying. 12:45 is when it's scheduled to go. So we're 9 minutes out on getting this qualifying session underway. That's the number 29. And this is sort of interesting because that's the car that Miguel A. Marcano is shown as racing, the FMS Motorsport Porsche, but he was out earlier in that Formula car as well. So, and he can't race them both because they race at the same time, I believe. You know what? He can, because all the races this weekend look to be split races. So you can get out there and run a couple. So that's very cool. Here is a car that consistently runs at the front, the ATEC Racing Fuel Tech BMW Z4, shared by Marco Pisa and Carlos Garcia. It looks like Carlos climbing behind the wheel to get ready to go out and knock down some. I love what it says on the helmet there. Fun. That's what this is, right? It's supposed to be fun with cars. You can see all the kit that they wear. This is essentially the team car. That 78 runs in GT2B, the 77 runs in GT3A, and in this one, Marco Pisa shares with Rick Temerian, and that's a BMW E36. And that's a pretty cool looking helmet sitting right there. That is a Ayrton Senna tribute helmet. I love that. The 172, James Hamann, getting ready to go out in his Porsche Cayman. Legendary martini colors on that car. If you've been following racing for a while, those will look very familiar. Oftentimes on a red car, oftentimes on a white car as well. The number 17 is Roberto Cornesian. That's the Della Costa Motorsports Chevy Corvette. And that's, again, one of the things that is so compelling about FARA competition. This car runs in GT2A, and you can have big thumping V8s up against flat sixes in the Porsches, turbo fours. It all comes down to horsepower output and adjusted by weight. And there is our purple and black camo liveried car from Neto Motorsports. That's an Acura Integra. No, that's not. That's a Ferrari, actually. That was that listing on the entry list a little bit off. That's a Ferrari F430 challenge car. And it's actually, I think, the fifth of Gary Young in the GY, the Gary Young Racing entry. It is indeed. Boy, that's pretty. I guess that's technically not camo, is it? That'd be more flamish. Here's the number 14. Carlton Holmes in the Extreme Velocity Motorsports Porsche GT4 RS Club Sport. That's a lot of alphabet soup there. It's basically a GT4 Cayman, which is a road-going Cayman that is pulled off the assembly line early and converted into a racing vehicle. Here is the 105, the City Marine entry, another of the beautiful Porsches that will be making its way out on track. That is one of our 992 Cup cars. That is the Mazda Miata, the number 11. I think that's Isabella Abreu. And boy, did she have a great weekend at our opening round with a number of fast lap poles, wins. This is the number 11 GT3B car. That is the ATAC Racing BMW of Zoltan Wallace. That's a 540i. So you're going to get that V8 sound coming out of that beautiful machine. It's the number 76 of Nicholas Karangellen. It's the Orbit Racing Porsche. Orbit Racing was a top pro entry team for many years. Great to see them still in the game here. That is the number 37 right there of Phil Hudson, running in the GT2A category. That's Ansa Motorsports, Elaine Nadal's remarkable motorsports group. Another GT4 Club Sport Cayman MR. And then we get to these prototypical looking crazy things. It almost looks like a combination of car and airplane with that fighter pilot sort of cockpit. That is Yusuf Hachem in the Ansa Motorsports KTM GTX. And there's a GT4 KTM crossbow here, and this is the GTX, which is yet another level of performance out of these prototypical cars. Incredibly well balanced, kind of like that Ginetta in a way, lightweight, super easy on tires. They run, well, I know the GT4 runs basically a 4-cylinder, 2-liter Audi engine with a big turbo on it, and it gets it up and running here. Here is the number 84 of Manny Gomez for Palm Beach Tactical Racing. It's an M2 CS Racing BMW. And then this also, the number 47 here of Philippe and Camilo Rezic will be sharing the car in GT2A, and that is from Ansa Motorsports. That is the GT4 KTM crossbow. Look there at the number 18 of Jonathan Salerno. The BMW, there's the number 71. Patricio Frenulik, who is in the BRT BMW, and he has been an absolute player at the front of his category, which is GT3A. Here's another one of those big thumping Corvettes getting ready to head out. That's Marcos Vento, who will also be seeing him in the Pro Spec Miata. It's the GV Racing Team Chevrolet Corvette running in GT1A. So that's a look at the machines that are about ready in 2 minutes to head out for a 20-minute qualifying session. Beautiful field of GT cars. And GT, if you're new to the sport, just simply stands for Grand Touring. And it sort of became the name that was used for road cars that were converted to go racing and started as actual road cars. And so they became known as Grand Touring cars. And then there was another category called Touring cars. And here is a look at where we are, Homestead-Miami Speedway. And it is a very fun, challenging track. 2.2 miles in length, essentially, 15 turns. We do not, this weekend, use the oval corners, oval 1, 2, or 3, and 4. So you can see where the front straight is on the left side of your screen, or on the right side of your screen. You head down, you bend into the infield, turn 1, 2 gets tight and busy, and then 3, 4, 5, really tricky, very technical corners. And then you come whistling out of there down into a great overtaking area, turn 6. It opens up as you curve around that little infield lake. Turn 6, then 7 is faster still, and then big overtaking down into turn 8. So we are getting ready to go. Qualifying 20 minutes for the FARA GT class. One of the things that I absolutely love about this category of racing, the GT category, is, to me, the sound of a race car is music. And with this variety of machinery, you've got a lot of different instruments in this orchestra. And when that race starts and they all come up full song, it is a beautiful symphony if you're a racing fan. Big old Corvette making its way out. Oh, one of our cars a little late getting away, but now able to move. Looks like maybe one of our Honda Wars cars. And again, we got all these categories, and then there's the class called Honda Wars. And that's the one that, to me, is so fun and intriguing. It's a spec-ish class. Let's put it that way. It can be any Honda chassis, virtually, any Honda chassis. It just all has to run similar engines. And that is what makes it such a fun category. Very, very close in terms of the competition. The basic spec for that class is whatever chassis you decide to run, you just have to have the 1.8 liter B series Honda engine on board in the Honda Wars category. All right, gonna keep an eye out here for what we're going to see in terms of timing. This morning, fastest car was that number 68X of David Tuati and Andy Pilgrim at a 1 minute 27.603. And they were a fair bit quicker than anybody else in the field. So that's going to be our reference point for the overall fast here, a 1 minute 27.603. And not sure whether that was done by David Tuati or World Challenge, former World Challenge GT champion, Andy Pilgrim. Andy provides such a valuable service to young kids and their families that are about to get their license, because the driver training here in the U.S. is frankly pretty abysmal, and he does a lot of work with young drivers to help them get training that they need. And again, this is a qualifying session. The video you're looking at, folks, thanks you for joining us on our stream, by the way. And if you look at the map in that lower right corner, it'll tell you what part of the track the shot is on here. And that is the exit of 3 that you see the cars coming out of. And then this is turn 4 where they're turning in. And it's really critical. Here's 4, and then they exit out of 4 through that little flick to the left in 5. And if you get 4 right, you're pretty much flat out of 4 all the way up here to turn 6. Big braking area, good overtaking spot at this tricky, technical, fun infield road course. Once you turn into 6, here's turn 7, and it just opens up. So if you get 6 right, you're just full throttle all the way through 7. And then hard on the brakes here into one of the most important turns on the track. And it's really tricky because it's also one of the best overtaking areas. But if you get in too hot to this corner, trying an overtake, you can scoot wide. And the problem is it's a huge launch point onto one of the longer straights that takes you from the, basically where you get up onto the back straight here on the oval, all the way down to where you then dive back off through turn 10 into a pretty tricky off-camber turn 11, and then the turn you see in the background there is a very tight turn number 12, and it's flat. There's absolutely no help from any kind of banking. It at least isn't negative camber where it falls away from you. And then you can see 13, 14, right where this white car with the tire bundles are, that's 14. And then this last corner is just sort of a little bend that's called turn 15. Back up onto the front straight. That is a lap here at Homestead-Miami Speedway on this, as I said, very technical little racetrack here in this infield oval. Very challenging, hard on tires, brutal on tires. Shouldn't be a big issue in a 20-minute qualifying session, but you do have to be paying attention. Now, looking at what Marc Julien did in that number 87 GT1B Porsche earlier in the first practice session, he turned a 132.3. He right now down to a 29.6. So almost 3 seconds quicker than they went. But remember, that was just a practice session. Lots of different agendas going on in practice. And he right now is fastest overall in a GT1B car. Jody Miller in the number 103 is second quick, a 10th off. A 10th off in the MGM Porsche. And as I say that, the number 4 of Michael Manella, another of the GT1B cars, this, the MCR Racing Porsche, jumps to the top at a 126.6, fastest lap that we have seen so far in the GT category, eclipsing the 127.6 by a second of the Tuati Pilgrim car. That now just jumped up into second at a 128.7. So more to come from that car, you would think. And it's the 68 now of Evan Stamer, and that is another of the GT1 Porsches out of the TLM Racing stable. They're 1-2 right now. And Stamer, man, was that a lap. He is 2 seconds clear of the next quickest car, which is the team car, the 68X of Tuati. In GT1B, it's the number 4, Michael Manella, as he is just eclipsed by 0.3 of a second, that lap by the 87 of Mark Julian. Then Elon Katz in the 81 is third. In GT2A, it's the 55 of Fabio Escorpioni, up on top by about 1.5 seconds over the 60, the Adolfo Rossi Aline Cipriani car. Then it's Nicholas Carangellon next up in the number 76. GT2B, it's the 84 of Manny Gomez, the Palm Beach Tactical Racing entry, up over the number 78, the Pisa and Garcia car. GT3A, it's the 77 of the Marco Pisa Rick Tamarian entry. On top in that category, over the 18 of Jonathan Salerno, and the 71, the silver BMW of Patricio Franulik. GT4A, it's Isabella Abreu in her number 11. Bit quicker right now than the 44 of Alfonso Ruiz. And for Alfonso, I saw him, I think they gave him a hardship lap, so he might be dealing with a little bit of an issue out there right now. You can hear that big thundering Corvette come by. And quickest in Honda Wars right now, the driver pairing that is leading the championship right now, and that is the Mimo Tomasello, Luis Rene Canahuate, number 89. Not sure which driver is in the car right now. Leading the number 6, the Wilbur and Richard Perez shared car. And the third car in the category, the 718, another dual driver scenario, Ernesto Roca and Rafael Garcia. And then fourth right now, all of these cars have 2 drivers listed, 725 of Moses Cordero and Carlos Lazaro. Well, Evan Stamer, he had that scorching lap at a 126.6, and I was like, wow, is anybody going to get close? Well, the Tuati Pilgrim car, they got down to a 127.9, but a superb lap in the number 105 is Angel Benitez. That's a GT1A car. He just uncorked a 126.7. He's 29. That is so close. 29 1/1000ths of a second off of Evan Stamer. There goes Marcos Vento in that green Corvette. You hear thundering through as we're watching the field coming out of the last sequence of corners and up onto the front straight. Taking a look at some of the other class times here. It was the 11 of Isabella Abreu coming through. Mark Julian has gone back to the top in GT1B, 4th overall in that beautiful black and white number 87 with a 1:29.084. That was a lap, folks. And I apologize, we do have a number of late entries, and not sure who's in what car in certain instances here. What a glorious day it is to be racing here in Southern Florida. Well, if you didn't hear that from the trackside mics, you probably heard it through mine. And Corvette is howling out there. And Angel Benitez had stopped in the pits in his GT1A Porsche. Sort of a red, white, and black livery on that car. He's now heading down to pit out. And Angel Benitez, he only needs 29 thousandths of a second to go to the front. So let's see here. It's only 5 minutes left. Maybe we could pick him up on the cameras here and follow him and see what he might be able to put up in that number 105. See if he can come into view here. He may have already gone through, although he wasn't real fast coming out of the pits. No, I think we're waiting for him here. Let's see. Yeah, not a lot he needs to make up. I think he might be one of these next two cars coming. Let's see. And I know Angel Benitez from when he used to race in what was then called the Porsche GT3 Cup. That was part of the ALMS and then IMSA program for many years. And he was a very, very quick driver in that category, one of the absolute front runners. Going to try and spot him here when he comes by down the front straight. Here he is, heading down now into turn one. There he goes. Right, next car in your frame is going to be, there he is. Let's see now. He's only got this and maybe one more lap. So let's follow him around and see if he can come. All he needs, folks, this is why this sport is so fascinating. He needs literally 31 thousandths of a second. 3/100ths of a second here to be able to steal the overall pole away. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it. Oh, he's got traffic. That's not going to help. He had to get on the brakes right there, and that might, if he can get through on this guy, and it's another Porsche he's chasing, if he can get through on him, he's going to have to hope for another clear lap. Sometimes you can get that little bit of a draft, but it's going to be tough. I mean, right now, we take a look at the size of this field. There are 37 cars out on track right now. And so he's going to really need to get lucky with some traffic here. Now, we just cleared a big group. He's now heading into turn 10 and 11. And let's see if he's going to be able to keep that going at this stage. He should be. Here he is, right here. I think oh, look at that. He was building a gap. Now he's hard on the hammer. He wanted to create a gap, give himself a little room. Here he comes, turning down into turn 1 right now. Flat chat, hard on the brakes for a much tighter than it looks turn 2. Accelerate through. You get here into turn 3, and as he comes out of 3 now, stay to the left. Don't go too wide. That wasn't bad. Now he's got a straight line accelerate out as hard as he can through that little flick in 5. Heading down into turn 6. He got through on that traffic pretty well. He caught traffic, but he was able to slide through relatively easily. He didn't get the fastest line, though, through turn 6, so that could be an issue for him here. Here he comes now, hard on the brakes. Got to get turn 8 right. You want to carry as much speed in and through it, but don't overshoot because you need to get on the throttle early. Coming out of 8, that little bend at 9, and onto this long back straight. Looks like the cars in front of him are from quick classes. And we'll see whether it's going to pay off for him here. Boy, it's going to be close if he gets another lap. Going to be really tight. Here he comes. And he pits. So obviously the predictive that most of these drivers carry told them, nope, you're not going faster, don't eat up the tires. And still in all, unless something drastically changes in the last couple of laps, he's going to be starting on the overall and class front row. It's the Twatty Pilgrim 68X is still third in that class. The 16 of Oberndorfer is fourth. Marcos Ventos and the vet, the number 38, is fifth. Jody Miller is sixth. Those are the GT1A cars. Mark Julian on top of GT1B, but not by a lot. A quarter of a second over Michael Manella. Couple of Porsches duking it out. They've got a little bit of room back to the number 81 of Elon Katz. GT2A, it's still the number 55 of Fabio Escorpioni, excuse me, in front of Adolfo Rossi and Aline Cipriani by about a second and a half right now. He just has some really good pace. Those are both Ginettas. And it's Nicholas Karen-Gellen in the number 76 next up. That's the Orbit Porsche. GT2B, it's still the number 84 of Manny Gomez in his Palm Beach Tactical Racing BMW M2 CSR. And he's just under a second clear of the 17 of Roberto Dalla Costa. In the Chevrolet Corvette. And then the 78 of Marco Pisa and Carlos Garcia. GT3A, the 77 of Rick Timerian in Pisa. Up over the 18 at Jonathan Salerno, and then the 71 of Patricio Frenulik. GT4, it's Isabella Abreu still. It's like Alfonso Ruiz in that 44, still struggling a little bit. And then in the Honda Wars, your points leader, Canahuate and Mimo Tomasello up on top by a chunk, and that's probably a traffic issue in many ways over the Wilbur and Richard Perez number 6. Then the number 17 of Ernesto Roca and Rafael Garcia. Got a replay here. Now Lou, woo! Tell you, turn 12, you know, you come through 11 is tricky. It's a little off camber, and you think, man, I've got that. I'm hooked up. I'm going to get late into 12 and go, and then that happens. And it looked like it was one of the TLM cars. Not sure which one, but they're usually pretty easy to spot with that bright orange and super bright blue, that reflective blue. And our beautiful Lamborghini Huracan sitting in the pit lane right now. I think that might be that 81 of Katz. Elon Katz, as the checker is out. Well, there's a precursor of what's about to unfold here when we get ready for racing. Coming up in just a little bit. Up next is our second practice for Formula FARA, the open wheel class. And that will be a 25-minute just practice. And do keep in mind for the Formula FARA, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute, that is scheduled to start at 1:10, so actually really quick. And the Formula FARA category is it's a championship for sure, but it's also a training category. That's you know, the Academy Winter Series, and Gustavo Jacobin, that is his stock and trade, is taking young drivers and coaching them up, and not just providing them with individual coaching and, you know, going to a racetrack where they might be racing and checking it out. He actually creates a series, but the series is designed not just to provide an opportunity and a showcase for young talent to show what they're capable of, but it's also designed to well and truly help them improve all aspects of their racing. And that's why this is the interesting thing here. When you look at how the format works, you've got 30 minutes of practice in two separate. You got a FP1, FP2, free practice 1 and 2. Then you have a 20-minute qualifying session, and that will be happening later on in the afternoon as those cars are heading out already. But here's the thing. Race 1, which will be happening tomorrow, you go out in the order in which this afternoon's qualifying session sets the field. For race 2, the entire grid is inverted. And the idea with that is, okay, you're fast, you can lead from the front, you're comfortable with that. How are you passing 16 cars and trying to fight your way back? How are you in traffic? How well do you play with others, essentially? That's all part of it, and that's the design of Formula FARA. And Gaston Arazu, who was quickest this morning, simply picked up where he left off from our first round a month or so back at the number 27, where he put it on pole, won with fast lap in the first of the two races, won the second race, although Mate Casieres, who was second in this morning's practice, ended up getting the fast lap in that race. And then they're first and third in the points, because Mate had a great run in the first race from second on the grid to finishing second. A little problem in the second race, dropped back. And again, with that inversion we talked about, was only able to fight her way up into the 6th spot, but on her way she got fast lap. But in between them both was Teddy Masella, and Teddy this morning was 9th only in that session. But again, it was just a practice. But Teddy had 2 podiums, a third and a second in the 2 races, and that consistency has him second in the points. This morning, Gaston Arazu went at 1:30.998. And this young man is impressive, the only way to put it. Very, very quick. Casanarazu out of Uruguay, driving for Scuderia Buell. And he was the 2023, sorry about that, Formula Nacional Argentina, or the Argentinian F2000 champion. From 2019 to 2023, he was a top flight karter in South America. Mate Casier is also from Uruguay. And in 2022, she ran the United States U.S. Formula 4 Championship. In 2023, she ran in the Formula 1 Academy at the round at COTA, and acquitted herself very well. This year, she is going to be running not only in Formula FARA here, but in the F4 US Championship once again. And in 2021, she was a standout in Formula 4 Uruguay competition, and she is quick. And Razu this morning, a 1 minute 30.998. He's already underneath that by a tenth, a 1 minute 30.896. And Teddy Masala, big jump for Teddy, jumps to the top at a 1 minute 30.790. Now, keep in mind, this is not a qualifying session. This is just practice. But with our qualifying session coming up around 3:30 or so, the conditions here are going to be even warmer, perhaps, than the qualifying set, or than what we have now. And so this is an opportunity. Hopefully you got any little bugs in the car, any setup issues, anything that you were struggling with, taken care of in that morning practice session, and now you can start to just, and I'm talking about big changes, right? Now you hope you can just tweak the car, massage it a little bit. All right, you know, I want just a little bit more rotation at the back, or it's a little bit too loose. I don't like how the back end's trying to come around all the time. So let's dial in a little push. Whatever it takes. Now you're refining it, because keep in mind, even though that second race, the grid is inverted, if you qualify farther up, obviously you're going to get a good opportunity in that first race to go to the front, and you have to be mindful of points, right? Because at the end of the day, you're trying to showcase your racecraft, your abilities, so you want to go to the front. Oh, got a replay coming here. Oh, drop that right rear coming out of 12. Easy to do. And a great snap spin and a nice save. A lot of those saves are 50% talent, 50% luck. But really didn't even lose too much here. Castanarazu now back to the top. What a lap he put in, a 1 minute 30.350, serving notice that he is going to be the guy to keep an eye on here in qualifying in just a little while. Arazu, as I said, leading in the points over Masella and Mate Casieras. Beckham Yassir, who was quite impressive, got a nice podium in the second race. Sits fourth in the points, his number 8 coming in. Then Pablo Benitez with 2 top 5s in that opening round has himself up in the 5th spot. For the second of the 2 races, Sebastian Weldon took over the number 7 car from Michael Succo and put in a really good drive from the back of the pack up into 4th. Cash Felber right now, the number 1, sits in 4th. Very, very young guy and doing an incredibly good job here. 50 one-thousandths of a second off of Mate Casieres, and only 48 one-thousandths behind him is Pablo Benitez in the number 44. Great duel there. JT Hoskins doing a superb job here in qualifying. Up into the top 6 in the number 14, or at practice, I should say, excuse me. Then the 2 of Roman Felber, then the 8 Beckham Yassir back a little bit. But again, it's important to note that this is a practice session, so you can still be just working on things, making adjustments on the car, because when it heats up like this and the track temp radiates up, it really can affect the way that the car works in terms of the grip from the tires. But the warmer it gets, the thinner the air is, so the aerodynamics aren't quite as good. You don't have quite as much power out of the engine because the air is thinner. But here's the interesting thing. You've got that big wing at the back of the car up in the air, right? Let's say it's 3 feet off the ground, something like that. So it's up off the ground by a bunch. That front wing is 2 inches off of the tarmac. And when the sun is out, when that tarmac, the pavement, starts to radiate lots of heat, that air within a couple, 3-4 inches above that tarmac is so hot, it's much thinner because of the heat. So from where you went out this morning, and that car may have been beautifully balanced, right? And if you don't make changes to it, you jump into the car, you come out and hammer it down here into turn 1 where you want to be in the aero, and suddenly it doesn't want to turn because now that front wing not working as well. So it's, all right, better get in the pits, crank a little wing into it. That's all these little adjustments that you have to make, and that's part of what this is all about, is these drivers who've been doing go-karts essentially, where there is no aero. Now they have to start to learn that nuance of the aero. And believe me, all it does is get more and more complicated with every rung of the ladder you move up. And, you know, never mind when you get to IndyCar racing, where it now isn't flat bottom aero like these are now. Now it's tunnel aero. So that's a whole different type of aero. No big changes at this stage. I think people probably went out through some really fast laps out on fresh tires to see where they were going to be for qualifying. I'm not talking necessarily even new tires, just fresher. There is a tire rule in this series, and basically for the, like we have now, the one this morning and now, unlimited. And that means, you know, you can bring any set of tires you had, used tires, slightly scuffed, whatever, you can run them. But from the time you go out and qualifying, you get 2 sets of tires to last you for qualifying and 2 races. And remember, I've talked about it, this track tough on tires. So part of how you learn to drive a race car and not just be fast over 1 lap, but be as fast at the end of the race as you were at the beginning. As the fuel burns off, it's called tire management. And that's a big part of it. You go out too hard on a full tank, you're going to root those tires. And when that happens, you're suddenly going to be slow. Give a shout out here to Ashlyn Speed. Great to have her with us, her first start with Formula FARA. And the number 32, Toro Rodriguez, another driver that was not with us at the opener. And the number 7, Al Gould, also a driver new to us this year, and the number 80. And Max Mokaro, and the number 46, new to us. This practice session slated to go for 25 minutes, so just a little over 10 to go. After this is Pro Spec Miata qualifying, seeing some of those cars making their way down into the pit lane. Whew, that was a little bit of a step out there, pushing hard. And the key to this section of the track is when you come out of turn number 3, you want to be mid-track or less. You don't want to drive what you would think might be the normal line where you exit a turn and go all the way to the other side of the track, because the distance between the exit of 3 and the turn-in point for 4 is short. And as I said, turn 4, to get out of turn 4, you need to get out of there with a really good drive, because then 5 is flat. And you get a great run down into turn 6. And if you're more than halfway in the middle of the track or farther to the right, you simply don't have the time to swing back over and get yourself set up to get the turn in you want for turn number 4. So when we go back to that shot, we'll keep an eye on that. You know, that's part of what's so tricky about this place. There's a number of these corners. Patience is everything. Turn 8 here, turn 6. You turn in early, it's the old fast in, slow out. When you come in really hot and you turn in too early, like right here, if you would have turned in a little early there, you would be way out over that exit curb and not able to fully pick up the throttle. If you give it a nice late turn in, late apex is what it means. And the apex is the inside of the corner, if you're not familiar with racing. And the apex is where when you go through the corner, where let's say it's this left-hander here, where your left side tires would nick that curb, right? Well, a late apex means you go past the center point of that curbing or that apex, and you make your apex a little bit later. What that means is you've got the car straightened out a little sooner. You can pick up the throttle more aggressively, because if you still got the wheels turned, the front wheels turned, and you go for a good throttle application, the car's going to stop wanting to turn. It's just going to plow or push, or understeer is the technical term for it. And that just roots the front tires and it's slow. Conversely, and this is a track where you probably would want the car to set up with a slight tendency for oversteer or for the back to be loose, just because then you can get the car to rotate, get that back end to swing just a little bit coming into these tight corners. And if you can do that, then you get the car straightened out a little sooner and you can accelerate off. If the back end, if the front end is the part that wants to push or not turn on a tight track, then that's slow. That's just a problem. You kind of like that in a really, really fast track because it gives you predictability. You start to feel that nose push a little bit in a really fast corner, and you can just breathe a little bit, and now, all right, I've found that limit. And it's only the really gift drivers that like the car a little loose in the fast stuff. They're the ones that have the fast hands. That's the best way to put it. I can make those fast corrections through a fast corner here. And you say, all right, how do you set the car up? How do you work on that? Well, in a car with wings, you can dial a lot of that, whether it's the back end of the car wanting to pass the front, you put more wing in, makes it stick. Same deal at the front. If you want the car to turn better, get more pointy, you put more wing on the front. But here's, everything in racing is a trade-off, right? Because it's ultimately, as I said before, it's a lesson in applied physics, and it's all about energy exchange. That's what physics is really all about. So if you're going to crank more wing into the car, ooh, we just had a driver just mow down 3 of the cones over there. You're going to crank more wing into the car to get it to stick a little bit better. That was the number 1 out there right now of Cash Felber. You crank all that wing into the car, well, the energy that you give up on is called drag. And it's a classic deal. You know, you're going down the highway on a nice day, the window's open, you put your hand out and it's level. You don't feel a lot of push or drag on your hand. But the minute you tilt your hand downward or upward, right, now it lifts or drops, pushes your hand down. Well, that's what happens if more wing you put into a car. Yeah, it's going to stick better, but it's also going to be slower in a straight line because now you've got drag in it. So what you want to do is in an aero car is get the car as balanced as you can, so it does what you want it to do with as little wing in the car as possible. That's the whole idea, and that's how you do it. Now, if you don't have wings on the car, then and these all apply as well to a wing car, but if you don't have wings, then you don't have that device to lean on. So what do you have to do? Well, you start leaning on tire pressures, sway bar adjustments. And sway bar is just the bar that runs from each tire on the back of the car, in front of the car, that you can make it stiffer or softer. And the softer it is, the more roll you get in the car. The stiffer, the more flat the platform is. And so you can make adjustments there. Spring rates, I mean, there's all kinds of things. There's so many variables. And you do that when you don't have the aero to help you out. And so it's a long way to get to the other part of the training here, but I think it's important for people that aren't familiar with to understand what goes into the sport. And yeah, the driver's the guy driving it, or gal, but it's a team sport, right? Because you've got this crew that are giving you not just a safe race car, but a fast one. But the only way that race car is fast for you is if you and your engineer or your crew chief speak the same language and they can understand. Well, that's part of what this training is all about, is, all right, how do I let the engineer know what I want done to the car? And if if you've got a good technical background, then it's nice. Then you could do the old, well, I want 2 clicks on the right, on the front shocks, and let's soften the bar up a little bit, and you get that. If you don't have that, well, then you have to trust that engineer, right? You have to go, it won't turn, man. All right, well, you've got to push. Here's what we're going to do. So when you go out, take it easy. Tell me what it's doing. If you like it, we know we're going to. All of these conversations happen, and that's how you learn to set up the race car. Because I'll tell you, I've been announcing for a long time, and it's so funny. Well, it just happened at the Concourse Club recently. They have a in-house series, and a driver, his car was struggling. And so one of the guys who's one of the principals at the series said, I'll give you my car. You need to be racing. So the first driver was, oh, thanks, that's so cool. And he was really competitive early and then just faded. And I asked him afterwards, he said, oh my God. He said, that car worked great, but it was set up. The other guy loves understeer. And he said, I like oversteer. I like back end loose. And he said, halfway through a 35-minute race, the front tires were gone. So, that's it. Not everybody likes the car set up the same way. It's what you're comfortable with. And comfort builds confidence. Confidence builds speed. And that's just really how it works. If you're confident in the car, you'll push. If you're not, if you got something feels sketchy in that car, especially in the braking department, you tend to be real leery about going 10-10s. And so that's all part of the game here. Pablo Benitez, nice lap by Pablo here. He's jumped up into the 5th spot. As we're coming up on 2 minutes to go in this session, that pushes Beckham Yassir. Pablo, the number 44, Beckham Yassir, the number 8. And JT Hoskins continuing to impress. It's some big steps from that first round about a month ago. Roman Felber and the 14 for JT, Roman Felber in the number 2. Then the 17 of Jacob Gerke is 9th, and Jake Pollock up into the 10th spot right now. All right, under a minute to go in this session. And again, it is practice. They will be out to qualify at 3:40 this afternoon. So, a couple hours. And there is our checkered flag. Checkered flag is out, folks. Well, Gaston Arazu, a 1 minute 30.350 in this session. Well, I'll tell you, this kid is something else. That's almost a half second clear of the field. Now, again, it's practice. I get that. And everybody else might have been, maybe they were working on some adjustments, and he said, nope, car feels good. I want to really push here and see what we can do for qualifying. But that's a big gap because everybody behind him suddenly, then you're talking thousands, hundreds, maybe tenths here and there, but not a half a second. So Gaston, absolutely superb job driving for Scuderia Buell. You know, it's funny. I went and did a bunch of Google searches on how to properly say that word. And it was amazing that it was about 50-50 on was it Scuderia or Scuderia. And the funny thing was that most of the people saying that it's Scuderia were Americans or Brits. And the ones that were saying it's Scuderia were Italians and French. And since Scuderia is Italian for stable, I'm going with Scuderia. And you want to say it right because normally what follows is another word you want to say right because it just sounds cool. Scuderia Ferrari. So anyway, one of my favorite lines from a movie, here endeth the lesson. And in just a couple of minutes, you can see him queuing up, folks. Pro Spec Miata qualifying coming up. All right, folks, sorry, just catching up, looking at a little bit of information here, talking to our race director, because we've got now, this is the qualifying, obviously, for Spec Miata, but at 5:10 today, if you've got one of the schedules, it says Pro Spec Miata Quick Shootout. And we haven't done that before, and I just wanted to make sure I understood and we had it right. And during the lunch break, if those of you were wondering, there were 4 Spec Miatas out there that were just doing laps on the oval, and they were booking. It wasn't just showing parade laps. Well, that was a test by some of the knowledgeable guns in the series, just to make sure it is going to be okay, it'll be safe, it'll be fun. And so that 15-minute special shootout coming up for these cars will be a non-points shootout race, full oval here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. That is going to be fun. But right now, to the business at hand, our Pro Spec Miata qualifying, which will set the grid for tomorrow's first race, the second race tomorrow. Grids in the finishing order of the first race. And it's the 198. Make sure here. It's the 198 of Max Schweid. And I have the pleasure of announcing Max most Tuesday nights. He's a regular competitor in our Full Send Sims Esports iRacing Spec Miata Championship. And Max, one of the guns in that championship right now. He's fastest right now, and by a chunk, about 4/10 over the 45 of Harley Scuffle. Then the 99 of Noah Harmon. Sits third. The 46 of Chris Clark sits in fourth. The 151 of Will Robinson in fifth. The 192 of Jesse Singer sits in the sixth spot. Points leader, Frankie Barroso, is in the 11th spot, just outside of the top 10. Matter of fact, most of the guys, with the exception of Max, the guys from second back to 10th, most of them did not run in that first race. Barroso, Enrique Tamayo, Nico Fundrini, and Mark Gibbons, who topped the morning session at a 1:45.9, is sitting back right now in the 17th spot at a 1:51.1. And I'm not sure if that is really representative of where the track temps are and the speed of these cars, or whether people are working at trying to find a partner and getting going here. We'll see. Well, there we go. Nico Fundrini just jumped from about 15th to 2nd with a 1:47.860 second lap, but Max Schweid just improved his to a 1:47.4. Then Harry Scuffle right now is 11 1/1000ths by Nico Fundrini. The number 45 Scuffle sits third. You can see we have some onboards here right now. The number 46 of Chris Clark. This is turn 7. Right along with Chris here. This is up into that really crucial turn 8. It's a great overtaking area, but you've got to get out of it as well. So you go in as deep as you dare, but don't go in so hot that you overshoot. You can't get it turned, because you want to be picking up the throttle there early, really early, because now you're up onto this back chute here. And now look at this. Look how turn 10, it's just this little flick. And then here's 11. You fall off the banking right there. You hammer that curb, and it also goes a little off camber. Then you turn into 12. Tighter than it looks. Here's 13, 14. Really slow chicane. Then here's 15 and back up onto the front straight. And he's getting a little bit of a toe right now. Down into turn 1. And here's turn 2. 1 is fast. It's so fast. That inside curb, it's a little bit of a bump there, but you've really got to run it. And these cars, you got the ground clearance to do it. 2 is tight, quick, and then here's 3. And look at that, beautiful. Notice how he was middle of the track, and look at how late he can apex turn 4 then and get to the throttle early. Here he picks up a little bit of a double toe. He's going to be able to get to the inside, make this pass here. He's looking hard on the brakes and late. Reference that car in front. You saw how close he was at the turn-in point. That car in front had a little bit better arc through the corner. Chris here was a little bit mid-track as he made that pass. You can see he just lost a little bit to that car up front. Again, these Spec Miatas are very much what you call a momentum car. And even on a technical track like this, and these, ooh, see that big correction there? But you can see the car in front got way too hot into that turn. Couldn't get it turned. And Chris, even with that correction, was able to get it turned underneath, pick up the throttle, and scoots on through. Here's 11. Watch that boom on that curb right there. Part of that is the apron when you come down off of the slight banking there. And then this turn 12. There's pit into your left there. And now back onto the front straight. And Chris up into the 6th spot. Marcos Vento just went up to 2nd in the number 12. And talk about the swing of the pendulum for him in terms of performance. He was out just a little while ago in a thundering Corvette, and now has to mentally make the adjustments of this much lighter and much better balanced but far less powerful car. This Spec Miata of how much deeper I can go on the brakes, how much more speed relatively I can carry through a corner. Corey Collum jumps up to 2nd at a 147.6. So I think we are seeing that this track right now, and it's simply a factor of the sun that's been beating down on the track for a while. The track right now looks to be a couple of seconds slower, at least a 1.5 seconds slower, just the track, than it was earlier. Got some guys working the draft. That's Enrique Tamayo helping pull somebody around here. Good look there at turn 2, that pack of 3. Heading into turn 3, you see the exit there at 3. And yeah, all of them, they got the memo right there, staying much inside even of center track, which helps them get the front end, get a better arc through turn 4 and accelerate hard up into through 5 and into 6 here. Just under 5 minutes left in the session. People are starting to pair and pack up just a little bit here, looking for any kind of a draft. It's not like with not using Road Course B, which uses the oval turns 3 and 4. So you come out of turn 8 and you've got this essentially in these cars, it's a bank, couple of corners, but for these cars, it's just flat out, it's a straight. So you don't get that massive toe here. Now look at this. Oh, that was really aggressive down into turn 8. And it's so easy when you do that. You dive to the inside, you think, I'm going to get both of these guys. You get that first one clean. The second guy, he is already, his eyes are up looking to the corner. He has no idea you're there. It's so easy. If you push a little bit, that front end slides on you. It's so easy for that to end in contact, and he did a great job of adjusting. Let's see what we're going to see here on this replay. Oh, somebody way out in the grass. And that's what can happen when you get turn 11 just a little wrong. Fortunately, there's a huge expanse of runoff out there. And he's able to, or she's able to gather it up and continue. Great work from our DriversEye Live crew catching these excellent replays. So cool now in this second season to be streaming the FARA Championship Series. So it's the 198-ish wide, the 92 of Corey Cullum, the 51 of Nico Fondrini, the 12 of Marcos Vento. Now the interesting thing is, this morning's session was also a qualifying session, and what happens is you take the fastest time from either session, and that's what establishes the grid here. So as impressive as what we're seeing from Max Schweid in these temperatures, that 147.4, Corey Cullum at a 147.6. Remember, Mark Gibbons went a 145.9 this morning. Todd Burris a 146.3. So 47.4. So right now, the top 8 would, I think, come from the morning session. Max Schweid thus doing a superb job to run quicker than he did this morning. They obviously found some stuff on that car. Back on board with Clark. Heading up into turn 8 now with nobody in front of him. This is a good opportunity, folks. See if he really gets this right. Brakes, trails in. And what that means is when you put the brake on it, and I'm not talking about an ABS car where it does it all mechanic or electronically for you, but trail braking in a race car is when you first go to the brake, you can put huge amount of brake pressure in. Because the speed you're going, the momentum, the exchange of energy is there. But as you get rid of speed, if you keep the same brake pressure on, it's going to lock up. The tires will start to lock. So you trail off of the brake. That's what trail braking means, or threshold braking. You might hear it as that. So you go immediately very hard on the brakes to that threshold just before it would lock up. And then as the speed bleeds off, you literally trail gently off of the brake, release the pressure just a little bit to keep those front tires from locking. And if you do it right with that trail braking, remember I talked about the exchange of energy and it being all about physics? Well, when you brake, if you're driving your family car and you brake suddenly, the nose dives, it drops. All the weight of the car, the momentum weight of the car goes to the front. So, you know, opposite, you accelerate, the car squats at the back, right? So when you're trail braking, you get the energy to the front, but where that becomes even more, because I talk about the exchange of energy, if you brake just in a straight line and you don't come off, you're going to lock up. Well, if you brake and then start turning, if you don't even better come off, you're going to lock up, because now you're asking the tires, you've got the energy of the braking and now you're adding the energy of turning, and at a certain point the tires go, I'm done, and then you just lock them up. So what you do, if you can really do it well, you brake hard and then you start trailing off and then you turn into the corner while you're still braking. And what it does is it keeps the weight on the nose of the car, which means the weight on the front tires. And if you do it right, you can almost keep trailing almost all the way to the apex, keep that nose pinned, so you can carry that little bit more speed and momentum right to the apex. And then if you play it really well, you come off the throttle or off the brake, get on the throttle, and away you go. So about 4 minutes to go in this one. Frankie Barroso now is up into the 6th spot, turning a 1:48.008. Still not as fast as he went this morning. So right now, I would think the guys that were in that top 8 this morning that have the fastest times, they were probably more tuned out there to trying to dial in the setup for warm racing tomorrow. We have one race right before essentially the lunch break, where the track could still be pretty toasty. So, but then the second race, the big feature race at 4:40, so it could be really the track I'm talking about. If the sun is out like this, it's going to cook it a bit. They were probably just dialing in setup. Looking to see if anybody is, a lot of cars now just making their way down into pit lane. Saying we're not going any faster. Might as well not beat the cars up, beat the tires up. And we have 1 minute. 1 minute left in this session. And since this is qualifying, as the cars come off of the track, there is a set of scales set up right by pit center in the pit lane. That's a pit box that nobody can use as their own pit stall. And there's a set of scales, so as the cars come off the track, they just have to roll up and over those scales. Because when you're in a car like this, that's a momentum car. And trust me, folks, these Mazdas, these Miatas are some of the best balanced cars you're going to find. They really are something else. But for their weight, they're underpowered. You know, that's just, and that's by design, as I said, that's just part of the game here. So what happens is one of the most important things you can tech in a spec class like this, where the cars are by design a little underpowered, is that they make minimum weight. Because if you're lighter than you should be in a car that's underpowered, that can be a substantial advantage. So that's why they take it very, very seriously about teching these cars first and foremost for weight. And the checker is out. So in looking at it, again, as I understand it, and if I'm wrong, I will certainly try and let you know, but as I understand it, it's your best time from either this morning's or this afternoon session. And Max Schweid, fastest time in this session at a 1:47.4. 4-1, and the top 8 from this morning all quicker than that. So that top 8 should all come from this morning's session when we get ready for tomorrow's races. Now this fun shootout up on the oval that's going to be coming up, I'm not exactly sure how they're going to grid that. What I hope they do is they take whatever this grid is here for tomorrow's races and they invert it. That would be fun. Because these cars draft incredibly well. We talked about the little bit underpowered, so they punch a nice hole in the air. They're small cars, but you know, the car behind you is the same size, so you punch a hole there, that car is going to be able to do something with it. Well, just checked in, and for this 15-minute quick shootout up on the oval, I was wondering, all right, like I said, are they going to invert? Are they going to start them based on the normal grid? And neither. And it's just as much fun. They did a blind draw at the drivers' meeting this morning. Everybody reached in and drew a number, and that's where they're going to start. So, again, this is for no points. It's just for fun. And again, they've got 2 points races tomorrow. And the points races not only pay points, but it's Pro Spec Miata, so they pay money. So I think everybody's going to be a little bit leery about, and that's good, you know, because up on the oval, you know, if something happens, it's pretty easy to have some damage on cars, and that's not what we want. So I think this is it'll be fun, and everybody will just go out and have a good time. So with that, folks, we have another slot here of our high performance driver education. And we love these folks, again, because so many of them have the potential, if they get out there and drive and really enjoy it, and they work away from novice up through intermediate. Once they get to the advanced category, if they're really showing some chops out there, well, certainly the hope is, aside from making them better drivers on the highway, and a lot of people think, well, if you're into racing, you got to be dangerous on the highway. No, not at all. Because if you are a racer and you study racing, and as I was talking about, it's all a matter of applying physics. That's how you drive a race car fast. Well, most accidents on the regular highway come because people have no understanding of the physics of the car. They do exactly the wrong thing at the wrong time. And so if you go out and you race and you understand that, assuming you don't go out and drive, crazily, which, believe it or not, most racers don't do on the road because they do plenty of it on the track, and they understand they're a lot safer in that race car at speed on a racetrack than they are on the highway driving to and from the track. But they understand that you don't do little things like if you're driving down the road and somebody has a problem in front of you, as you crank the front wheels to try and avoid the accident, you jam on the brakes because you have just pretty much guaranteed you're just going to become part of the accident. And that's where, if you understand what we were talking about, trail braking hard enough to retard your speed, but not so hard you lock up, and understanding what the physics of the car, the dynamics of the car, when you do things, it's amazing how many incidents you can actually avoid. So that's what's great about this high performance driver education, is it makes every one of these drivers, I'll guarantee you, will be a better defensive driver. They'll be a better driver in terms of understanding the dynamics of what can happen with a car. And that's a good thing, because as I've said many times, driver education in this country is abysmal. And so that's an important thing. And then the other part of it is we hope that they will go, I love this so much, I'm going to buy me a Spec Miata. I'm going to buy me a little Praga. I'm going to do something and come race with FARA. Now, I'm pretty sure that all of those food trucks are still here and still selling. I see a large crowd around the ice cream truck. And that's just not right. We're sitting up here announcing warm, dry mouth, no opportunity to get down to some refreshing ice cream. But we're glad all of you folks are been able to get over there. So please do take advantage of it. And hop on in, check out the fabulous Sims from Full Send Sims there in that big black rig down there that says FSS on the side. Hop in, take a look. For a very reasonable amount of money, you can actually do some driving in it. So take advantage of everything that you have to offer here. And we'll be back with Formula FARA qualifying at about 3:40. our last, for a little bit anyway, of our high-performance driver education sessions. Just a quick reminder, at 3:40, 3 minutes away, we have qualifying for the young guns of Formula FARA, and then we are going to have 2 races, one for the prototypes in the sprint, the first of 4 for them on the weekend, and a race as well for the GT cars, the first of 4 for them. Remember, we get those 4 races, and then we're going to have a great trophy presentation. This is now tomorrow, of course, when everything gets wrapped up. So should be a lot of fun. Can't wait for it. But what we're ready to do now, folks, is we are ready to get after it for Formula FARA. This is qualifying. Guns of the future. Many of them, this is their race about a month ago at the first round of the doubleheaders of the first round. First time they've ever driven anything in terms of racing other than a go-kart, and starting to learn how to drive the aerodynamic effects of front and rear wings, and starting to learn how to work with the bars and the shocks and the like, work with an engineer, all of those things that are so crucial for a successful racing career as you move up the ladder. Either, and it really in this day and age, whether you're going open wheel or you're going prototype racing, they are now so aero dependent that you've got to start somewhere, start that journey, whatever route you take. And this is their first opportunity to do that. One of the great things about Formula FARA, by design, it is done to keep the cost down of a young driver being able to make that step. Obviously, when you're young, a lot of that falls on the family, and you know, you don't want to bankrupt. Racing's expensive. That's just the way it is. And the way that they have created Formula FARA here, the price for a full weekend of racing is unbelievably low. And what they've done is they've taken the previous generation of the Ligier Formula 4 chassis, and that's what they're using. So there isn't the cost outlay of a brand new design chassis, which pretty costly stuff. The new FIA mandate for the Formula 4 cars with the halo and all of that, costs are up there. This is one generation removed. There's plenty of these cars around, there's plenty of these parts around, but the market now, the cost of these cars is much, much lower, which makes your running costs far lower. It's just a great entry level for a young driver coming out of karting, trying to go, okay, I want to get into an open wheel racing career, or as I said, potentially a prototype career. I got to learn how to obviously do the things that you have to do to set up a race car, but at the same time, also learn a little bit about aero, and that's what this does. It is a championship, and you're out there trying to prove your creds and establish a reputation as a front runner, even right from the off. But it's also very much by design a training series. They get lots of coaching, all kinds of things. And the first race will be based on how this qualifying session ends up. That's how the first race grid will happen. But for the second race, they invert the entire grid. And part of that concept is, okay, yes, you can lead from the front. You're quick enough, you build a little margin. But how are you at working your way through a field of cars and learning that? The cars handle very differently when you're in a pack of cars and you're running behind because of the aero wash coming off the wings and the like. It's all different, and it's all part of the training. And so you get points for both. That's a big key of it. And but that second race, the way that the points come out, it's a little bit different in terms of the points. So it keeps it really intense, and that is what makes this so effective as well as incredibly entertaining. And as we said at the previous round, the second race was in the wet, and these young drivers that were here for that first race, again, these are young drivers. Many of them haven't driven anything other than karts. Certainly hadn't driven race cars in the wet. There's not a lot of testing here. It's all at the track. And everybody's kind of got their fingers crossed going, oh, let's hope it's wet. These conditions. I mean, and it was wet. It wasn't just light. It was wet. They went out, put on a 30-minute race. We didn't even have a corner yellow. It was absolutely superb. So they did us proud. So this is qualifying. They will start by how this session ends up, and then it'll be inverted for the next one. So we just got that cloud cover come across. So guess what? The track is going to cool. Oh, and a big lockup down there into turn 2. Not sure how they made it through that corner, but they did. Couldn't get that car number. But this is really going to be superb conditions for a qualifying session. The cloud cover, the track cools noticeably, the aerodynamics come alive a little bit more. The engine, as the ambient air cools, is going to be just that little bit more effective in terms of power. It's 81 degrees out there. The real feel was well up over 90. This cloud cover moved in, and now it's about 84, 85. And so everything just gets a little bit better when those clouds move in, as long as they just block the sunlight and don't drop other stuff. So we're going to see what happens here. But it's probably going to take a lap or two to get down to super competitive times, although Cash Felber, right out of the gate, drops a 131.9. And that's not far off where his best time was. Fastest times thus far were set in the second session. Even though it's a little warmer, they got the cars more dialed in, and people got comfortable with the track. So now it's going to be the next lap or two where we're going to see the really fast times come in here. I'm looking for the first driver now to drop into the 130s. That's certainly coming. Maybe even 129s. Seeing the cars here into turn 6, turn in, and then it just feeds the throttle all the way through 7 here. All right, coming through. Cash Felber and his brother Roman almost identical times, folks. That's pretty impressive. A 131.12 and a 131.13 by those two. But Teddy Masala to the top at a 1 minute 31.000. You don't see that happen very often. Cash Felber in the number 1 and Roman Felber in the number 2. Second and third, Beckham Yassir up into 4th in the number 8. But the 25 of Teddy Masala up to the top right now. And we're watching Gaston Arazu's taking his time getting that car dialed in. Mate Casieres in the number 12. She's taking it easy, not hurting the tires before getting going. Gaston Arazu in the 27. You know Teddy's quick. But will he be able, with his times here, to be able to fend off Mate and Gaston? This is going to be fascinating to see here. It's again, this session scheduled for 25 minutes. 25 minutes. Odds are they may not stay out for all of it if they really put a time in and get it nailed. They might just duck into the pits and just sit and wait just in case somebody else does come out and clock in a better one here. Let's see. Teddy Masala into the 130s is at a 1 minute 30.417, and Gaston Arazu jumps up into second at a 1 minute 30.6. So he's 2/10 off of Teddy Masala. Mate Casieres jumps to 4th right behind the 1 of Cash Felber. So the 12 of Mate Casieres, she is now sitting in that 4th spot at a 1 minute 31.126. Masala comes through, does not improve on his best time. Ashland Speed comes through, sitting in the 9th spot in her number 32. Jacob Gerke. Oh, Pablo Benitez in the number 44 puts in a nice time, and Gaston Arazu goes to the top at a 1 minute 30.084 in the number 27. Our points leader to the top of the charts right now by 0.3 of a second over Teddy Masella. Then Mate Casieres has gone to a 1:30.635. The black number 8 of Beckham Yassir sitting right in the 7th spot. The number 2 of Roman Felber in the beautiful dark blue and teal blue car heading down into the pits. The number 22 of Jake Pollack, one of his teammates, into the pits as well. Of Roque Mendoza, he was not out in the earlier sessions, is trying to build up a little bit of time. Pablo Benitez is flying, folks, just jumps into 3rd in the number 44, pushes Cash Felber back to 4th, and he had already just pushed Mate Casieres back into the 5th spot. Here comes Beckham Yassir. Still sitting, well, he just jumps in front of Roman Felber, so he's now up into the 6th spot. Cash Felber into the pits. Number 46, Max Mokaram, just heading over into turn 2. Now, one of the things you can do here is you can go out, put in a few laps, because this is a long enough session. You can actually go out, see what the car is giving you, and then maybe be able to head back to the pits, make a little adjustment, and come back out, so long as you've taken care of those tires a little bit. I know we're harping on it a lot, but this track, tough on tires. Got a few cars now making their way down into the pits, looking like they may want to be making some sort of adjustment here. 21 of Roque Mendoza, not a surprise there, as he was not out in the earlier session, so he's looking. I'm sure he's spending a lot of this session just dialing the car up just a little bit here. Number of the cars down in pit lane right now, about half the field. And the way that this program works, again, this is very much turnkey. You know, the cars are all owned by the Formula FARA series, and they provide the crews and the engineers. JT Hoskins coming down into the pits. There's the bright red number 44 of Pablo Benitez. That was a great qualifying run for Pablo. He was a top 5 competitor, had 2 top 5s in our first round of the championship, the doubleheader, and showing that looking at where he qualified, was in 5th, so he sits 3rd right now. So He's finding pace. Beckham Yassir, I think he's maybe a little frustrated because he had qualified third, and he finds himself back in the order a little bit in sixth. I mean, it's not atrocious by any means, but and I guess, you know, if you end up maybe qualifying in the 6-7 spot, your job is going to be a little difficult to get to the front in the first race, but a lot easier to get to the front in the second race than if you qualify up front because of the full grid inversion. But I know the folks at the Formula FARA series will tell you, please don't play games and try and qualify mid-pack so that the inversion doesn't help, because you're not going to learn anything by doing that. And that's what this is all about. We want you to go out and qualify, go for pole. That's in the future when you're racing. Nobody's going to want a driver that can consistently qualify midfield. Even if you can go faster, you know, that's not the point. Get out there, learn how to qualify, learn how to do super fast laps, get it done. And then that second race is work on racecraft. Don't think so much about winning it. Just think about learning from it. That's the mission statement here. Got a few of the cars heading back out now. There goes the number 12 back on track. That is Mate Casieres. What an experience it must have been for her to have run in the Formula One Academy, supporting Formula One at Circuit of the Americas. Talk about a platform. Target time right now remains that 1:30.084 of Gaston Irazu, but it's not all about pole here. I mean, if you just understand, okay, I'm not going to be able to get up to the front, but like for Mate Casieres right now, she's qualified, she's in 5th spot. If that's 3rd row, if she can make up, and if she can find, what would it be, 0.2 of a second, she could conceivably go from the inside of row 3 to the inside of row 2, and that is a big difference. When you're, keep in mind, these cars, other than how they're set up, the suspension changes, the slight wing adjustments are identical. It's not like you can, all right, I'm going to turn up the boost a little bit, or, you know, we're going to do this. They're identical, so it's a lot easier to get a pass made in qualifying than it is under race conditions. So the farther up you can qualify is better. So there is a lot of momentum here. Beckham Yassir qualified 3rd at our first race of the season, the first event of the season, now sits in 8th. You know, and it's not that big of a gap. I mean, he'd have to find a little bit of time. He's about a half second off of Mate Casieres. So for him, it's a lot bigger ask at this point. But we'll see what he's going to be able to do. He had a 1:31.6 in the most recent session. He's at a 1:31 flat right now. So he's found some time, but he needs just a little bit more right now. Again, a 25-minute session. We've got about 7 minutes left. big thing right now is the gap Gaston Arazu has on the field. Again, identical cars, all very talented young guns, and he's up by 3+ tenths of a second. That's a huge gap in this category. He's just now heading down into turn 1. He's got, I didn't catch the car number of the car that's right behind him. There you go. We're looking at it right here now. That car behind, what an opportunity for them if they can stay close enough to see what Gaston's doing, how he's driving, and try and learn. Oh, so he's braking a little bit earlier, but maybe a little gentler, not unsettling the car so much. You know, all of these little things that you can do. You know, that's the thing. There's a big difference between braking hard and braking overly abruptly. And you can get good pedal pressure without getting the car to bounce because you hit the brakes and then you release it too quick. All these little things that you can learn. And you got an opportunity to chase somebody like that, and it could be one of his teammates, so he might also be saying, look, hey, come with me. I'll see if I can't give you a little tow here. All right, here they come. Oh, I'll tell you what, Gaston, you can see there where the other car's pitting, so that becomes kind of academic here as Gaston comes through. And that was Pablo Benitez that was chasing him. And Pablo, as I said, has had a superb qualifying here and learned a little bit more, maybe. I did notice when Pablo was following Gaston, when they came through turn 3, and when Gaston drove that tight exit line to set up for 4, it was liquid smooth. And when Pablo came out of turn 3, he tried to stay on that line, but I think he turned in a little bit earlier. So when he tried to get back over to that line, the back of the car stepped out just a little bit. And Mate Caceres does exactly what we were talking about. She just found a nice chunk of time and went from 5th to 3rd. In the number 12, great lap by Mate, running a 1:30.525. Well, I'll tell you, sometimes you put it out there in the world and it happens, doesn't it? She just went from 5th to 3rd, inside row 3 to inside row 2, and into potential attack position here. And the top 2 right now, Arazu and Masella, are driving for Scuderia Buell. Mate Caceres for Inter MS, that's Inter Motorsport. Pablo Benitez. So we've right now got all 3 of the Scuderia Buell cars up in the top 4. That's not a bad effort for those teams. Well, most of the field is heading in, and we still got a little bit of time left on the clock. But I think, remember now, in the practice sessions, for the 2 practice sessions, you can use whatever tires you want. It's open. So if you've got scrubs or scuffs or old tires from the last, whatever you want. But starting with this session, you get 2 sets of tires to last you from this session and the 2 races. And as I've said fairly frequently, this track is brutal on tires. It eats them alive. So this is a smart thing. If you're at that point where, and no matter how good a tire is, if you push it too hard, it's going to lose its ability for grip. They just, the surface gets scrubbed up a little bit. And then if you stop and then you start again, you put a little heat cycle on, so the tire won't be as grippy as it was, but it'll last a little bit longer. But at a certain point, you're just not going to go faster. And unless you need to work on something on the car and dial it in, there's no point in continuing to hurt the tires when you may need them for one of the races. So even though there's time still on the clock, I think pretty much everybody has ducked into the pit. So Gaston Arazu, and as we had talked about, he was just perfection in the opening round, pole and both wins. The only chink in his armor was in the second of the races. Mate Caceres ended up with a fast lap. But Gaston Arazu has topped all 3 sessions today, including qualifying. He will start at the front of this field. And do keep in mind that we had a 12-car field for that first one. We've got 16 here. So when they do the inversion for the second race, he's going to be a lot deeper in the pack. He came through it with 12 cars and got the win. The first round, don't know if he's going to be able to do it again, but just continuing to show he is one impressive young man out of Uruguay. Absolutely incredible. Teddy Masala, the number 25, his teammate, will start outside of the front row. The number 12, Mate Caceres. Again, Teddy second in the points. Mate Caceres third in the points. And she made that late jump from 5th to 3rd after that pause when a number of them ducked into the pits. I don't know whether that was just her letting the tires cool or whether that was they made a little tweak on the car. But whatever, it paid off. She's now inside of row number 2. In her Motorsport entry, and then the 44, Pablo Benitez, another Scuderia Buell entry, starts outside of row number 2. And then the number 1, the young man, Cash Felber, will be inside row 3, along with the number 8 of Beckham Yassir. Then it'll be in the 8, the number 2, Roman Felber, will start in 7th. The 17 of Jacob Gerke starts in the 8th spot. The 32 of Ashlyn Speed. Ashlyn, welcome to this championship. Great to have you with us, and a good debut top 10 qualifying effort. And the same for Alex Bobadilla. Really happy to see what he was able to do here. He qualified in the 10th spot, a top 10 qualifying effort for him. 11th will be the 14 of JT Hoskins, 12th the 80 of Hal Gould, another newcomer, 13th the 7 of Toro Rodriguez, a newcomer, 14th the 22 of Jake Pollock, 15th the 46 of Maximo Karam, one of our newcomers, and in the 16th spot, the number 21 of Roque Mendoza, another newcomer. I love it when we see these series, especially with these young contenders, see the numbers grow, especially when it's a training series, because yes, the bigger field, the more racing, the more exciting it is, but the deeper the field, the more you learn. So, all right, so qualifying for Formula FARA is in the books. Their first race will go off at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Second race about 3:30 tomorrow. So believe me, they are going to put on some wonderful racing. But in pretty short order, we've got another race unfolding here. It is for the FARA prototypes. And I believe we're going to see 8 of them will be coming out for the start. I see the number 14 of Manny Sanchez, and Manny is running the FP2 version of the Wolf. Now, there is another one that runs an FP1, and the reason is, and you know it when he's running it, even if you have your eyes closed, because in the back of that one is a small block V8. And that lightweight Wolf Thunder car with that V8 in the back, oh, does it fly. But he's also said it's a bit of a handful to drive as well. So 1, 2, we got 6 of our 8 are out there. Waiting to see the number 72, the black Praga of Aaron Weiss. So I think we're missing the number 29 of Miguel Marcano. And the, as I said, the number 72 of Weiss are the 2 cars we're waiting on here. They've got a little bit more time. You know, the reason that Miguel Marcano might be out there is because he currently is only 2 points behind David Tuati in the GT1A category. And he might be thinking, yeah, you know what? I'd love to run that little prototype, but I don't want to miss my opportunity on staying in this championship. So and he didn't run the prototype at the previous round because they ran with the GT cars. So that number 25, the white number 25, that is the car that won was really one of the quick cars and ended up winning the weekend, if you will, at the opening round of the championship, the Martin Bruhat Robert Haub Praga from Fellner Motorsport. Here's a look, folks. Thank you for tuning in here on our stream. Again, just great work by DriversEye Live for all of their efforts. And as you can see, we've had the Miami 500 in February. And now it is the end of March, and it is the Miami Grand Prix here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Then we have a little bit of a break, and we go near the end of May, so about a 2-month break for the Memorial 300 at Sebring International Raceway, the legendary home of the first ever World Sports Car Endurance Race on U.S. soil, the Sebring 12 Hours. And then we have 3 straight there. The 4th round of the championship, the Sunset 500, will be July 26th and 28th. And then September 20 through 22, back at Sebring for the Hankook 300 as we honor our official tire provider. And then in November, we have the Race of Champions, and that one will be right back here at Homestead-Miami Speedway to wrap up the 2024 FARA Championship season. So, Florida-based, at least for now. Rumors abound, of course. All right. Our slightly diminished field is heading out on track. I'm curious why we're not seeing Aaron Weiss out there. He sure was fast in that quali session. And I think some of the GT cars were jumping the gun just a little bit, wanting to come out and get ready for the race to start. And now they can, as the pits have been cleared. At the field, making its way through turn 3, exiting 3 now into 4 and 5. And there they are behind our pace car. Here's that very tricky, this is one of the more technical parts of this track. And what you'll notice, there's a little bit of banking there in turn number 4. So that's why if you get the entrance to 4 right, and it's all based on your exit of 3, you can use that banking to launch yourself down to the apex in 4, and then just be hammering it on the exit and get this great run here down through 5 and into this turn 6, a great overtaking area. You turn into 6, and then it just opens up, and you just start feeding it throttle immediately as you unwind the steering wheel. Here's this all-important turn 8. And this is the real tightrope walk. It truly is here. So easy. It's a great overtaking area. And you've got to be super patient. If you turn in early here, unless you're actually making a pass where you're down to the inside, if you turn in early, you're going to be slow on the exit, which means you're slow all the way down the back stretch here of Homestead-Miami Speedway. And so you need to be very patient in turn 8. But here's the thing, fast line through 8 is that late turn in, thus a late apex, and then get the car rotated and then get on the throttle. However, during a race, if somebody's right behind you and you wait and do that super late turn in, that does open that door up. And believe me, these are racers. They get an opportunity, they'll jump to the inside. And so you can be a sitting duck. So there's a lot you have to be dealing with here. And as always, just because as tight as the last sequence of corners are, 13, 14, 15, we bring the cars around on the banking for 3 and 4 to get them to line up for the start. Here we go, Miami Grand Prix. We're green. The prototypes, and immediately a big launch by the number 25. A beautiful white Praga diving down into turn 1. And the field giving chase. Ooh, a little bit of a look there at the back. I think that was the number 9 of Gabriel Zindarczyk. And had the door fairly firmly closed. Working out, there's that little bowl section, they call it, down there in turn 4 up through 5. And now they're running to 6, and you can see that number 25. Oh, and a big lunge from that. What a move by our new guy to prototypes, Milan Lewis, or Mac Lewis. And he just made a big jump. Went from 4th to 2nd in that gray number 100. That is the new Ligier. Look at him attacking on Bruhat. Or Haupt, not sure who's behind the wheel of that car right at the moment. But he's being super aggressive. Remember, I mean, this is only his 2nd race weekend in that car. I don't know what level of testing he's been able to do. But he was a little off the pace, had some little issues in that first race. But man, he is on it right now, doing an absolutely superb job. Onto the front straight. Now this is where, that's an FP2 car to the FP1 Praga. And you can see just loses a little bit on the acceleration run. Manny Sanchez took a look. Whoa, he does it again right there into turn 2. Realized he wasn't quite close enough and checked up. But again, he's looking to the inside. Milan Lewis was trying to open that up big time to get that run. And that's just what I was talking about at turn 8. And Manny Sanchez made Milan Lewis pay in turn 3 as Milan was trying to get that arc through there. And Manny said, thank you, dove to the inside, and now is up into the 2nd spot. But let's see, Milan was putting in some really quick laps. Let's see if he's going to be able to shake that off. Don't get rattled by it. You learned your lesson. You can't always drive that big arc when you're just talking about that, weren't we, about having somebody right behind you. And the line you drive for outright speed and qualifying isn't always the line you need to drive when you're racing. Because sometimes you gotta be a little defensive. Just a little. Just to be thinking about it. And then again, sometimes, often the best defense is a good offense. You just turn the mirrors down and drive. I'll tell you what, we've got a really, really stout run unfolding here as well. And that beautiful green Radical is staying right on the back of Milan Lewis in the twisty bits here. As soon as we get into the twisty stuff, I think that's the 11 of Altman, and that car comes to life pretty nicely. Yep. Then it's Jimmy Crawford in 5th right now. And our last car is the number 9 of Gabriel Zinadarchik. Here we go up into turn 8. Boy, Sanchez is closing on the back of that white Praga. And again, that Praga is an FP1 category car. Sanchez is in an FP2 car. Oh, Milan Lewis using every bit of track out at the exit of 8. But he's been able to open things up a little bit over Drew Altman. Boy, Sanchez is there. One mistake by the number 25. And you can see the wider arc right there. You see how Sanchez opened that exit up a little bit. The 25 a little tighter on the exit. Well, that gives you a little bit more. You can get to the throttle sooner because you're opening the front wheels up a little bit. But you can see the engine in that Praga compared to the one in the FP2 car, that FP1 Praga, it just has a little bit more grunt. But boy, in the twisty bits, that car of Sanchez, look at him attacking out of turn 5. But again, the 25 should have some legs here down into turn number 6, and does. And what Sanchez wants to do is try and hustle that number 25 into a little mistake. Just keep pushing him, pressuring him. Have him either just make a mistake or use up tire. You can see there, Manny not close enough for a pass, but he's moving over wide, getting his mirrors. Getting his mirrors, let him see you. Maybe rattle him a little bit. Oh, Milan Lewis, little greedy on the throttle, spins right at the exit of 8, and a great piece of avoidance driving by Drew Altman to not get into him. And for Milan Lewis, the switch from a GT3 category car to a prototype, it's a pretty steep learning curve. And these cars, they do not have traction control and that sort of thing. Your traction control is your right foot. And, you know, you think, all right, I got this absolutely spot on here. I can go to the throttle, and I went too soon or too much or whatever, and around it comes. Now he's got work to do. But up front, it is one compelling battle, isn't it? As Sanchez dogging the number 25 Praga. Oh, he's to the inside, but the Praga, again, just going to have enough leg to be able to open up a couple of car lengths before they get to the braking zone. So Manny might well, if he can't force either Haub or Bruhat into a little mistake or get him to run off their tires, Manny's going to have to find a creative spot to pass in the twisty bits where he's able to really get a run going. And believe me, Manny Sanchez, he has been racing cars for a long time. There's nobody here with more experience than Manny. No question about that. And you can see it again, that replay there. And just a great piece of awareness by Altman. But Milan just, you know, it's race drivers are greedy. And he just gave it a little bit too much welly, as the Brits would say. And the back end just hooked around on him. But look how much ground here. Watch here. This is where Sanchez eats up a lot. That number 25 Praga opens up a few car lengths, and then Sanchez through 3 and 4 eats most of it back. But he's not close enough. He just can't get close enough to be able to do anything here into 6. So you've just got to hound. You've got to be absolutely relentless here. It's all a matter of angles sometimes as well. You know, what you turn in, the angle you turn in can affect the track out angle. Interesting here, looking at Milan Lewis now, going to watch lap times. His last lap was a 1:28.7. Drew Altman's was a 36.4. So Milan is putting some laps in here. This is a fun little battle as well here between the 5 of Jimmy Crawford and the number 9 of Gabriel Darchik. And that's another of the Radical, the SR3s. These Radicals, I mean, they're very much a turnkey race car. They're pretty cool. I think they look great. Always have liked the look of the Radical. Down the front straight now, the number 5 of Crawford. And every time they come by, Darchik has taken a little bit more out. And that margin now is down to only 1.5 seconds. Oh, and then Darchik running a little wide at the exit of 3. He turned in a little bit too early, and that cost him. And we have a new leader, folks. Up onto the front straight comes your new leader. Manny Sanchez has gotten around on the 25 Praga. We were watching that other battle, and I did not see what happened. I don't know if our DriversEye Live Eye caught it either. But now the question is, that number 25 Praga in qualifying was about 1.5 seconds faster than the 14 to Sanchez, again, a category up. But now we get to see whether that number 25, and sometimes it's easier to follow than lead because you've got a target. You can start referencing off of the car up front. Where is he braking? All right, this is where I was losing time for him. The one thing I'm noticing, the number 25, a little struggle, and I think it's because he's turning in a little too early into turn 8. And he just can't pick the throttle up enough. Out of 8, and it costs him a little bit here. And he also really shallows his exit of 15, and that pinches the radius. And when you're driving a tighter radius or a tighter arc through the corner, you just can't roll as much speed. And he's got a straight line advantage. So if he can just roll better exit speed through a turn leading onto a straight, that's really what you need to do. But Manny Sanchez is putting all those years of skill and experience to use now, hustling that beautiful Wolf Thunder prototype. Lewis, I wonder if something's going on with that car, because there's not a lot of traffic out there, obviously, and he's back in the 28s. He had a 28, then he had a 32, then he's back into the 28s. I'm not exactly sure what might be happening for him. This is where, and watch what I'm talking about here. See if we can see this. They drive a pretty similar arc there, but look how much the 25 tightens that exit. And what he needs to do is he needs to be looking at what Sanchez is doing with all that experience and see that Sanchez is letting that car, that arc, be a little bit wider. And that means you can have the steering wheel a little less input into the steering wheel, which means you could pick up the throttle a little sooner and a little more aggressively. So they head down into turn 6. Last time by, officially, the margin at the line was 1.3 seconds between those two. They work through turn 7, now heading up into turn 8. They're going to have some lap traffic in short order, and it's going to be that battle with the 5 of Jimmy Crawford and the 9 of Gabriel Zenarchik. That was better this time for the number 25 out of turn 8. Looked like he was a little bit more patient on the turn in. And look at this. Last lap, it was 2 seconds between Zenarchik and Crawford. It's 0.6 as they head down into the first turn. And they're the ones that this battle is going to be catching pretty soon. Up onto the front straight. I'm looking at those times here. And it was a 36.2 for Crawford, so he made a little mistake somewhere. And Zenarchik ran another consistent lap, his best of the race, as a matter of fact. So that's where that was. So there's first and second. And then here's 5th and 6th. And here come the leaders. And there are people who have a really good understanding of how to work traffic. But sometimes it's purely the luck of the draw where you catch them. You catch them in a spot where you can get through cleanly and quickly. Oh, look at this now. That's the closest. Now watch the 25. This time it's Sanchez that ran a little bit wide on the exit, and this is as close as the 25 has been. And look at him close, heading in that turn number 10. Didn't quite get through. But here they come. There's that battle up front. These two are battling furiously. And they're in the same class. So this is a battle for the race win in their class here. So they're not just going to open the door up and get out of the way and sacrifice an opportunity. And this is going to happen in a hurry here. There we go. There's that battle for 5th and 6th. And here come our leaders. And, oh boy, for Manny Sanchez, he might be oh, and a nice job. What a class act. And I'll tell you right there, Gabriel Zenarchik, he gave it up. Instead of saying, you come through when I want you to come through, he just opened the door and let him go. And same deal for the number 5 of Jimmy Crawford. Turning into turn 6, you can see that blue car just stayed wide out there, let Manny come through. And Manny got a little bit of a gift here, and look at this. It's going to take an aggressive move by the 25 into turn 8. Is he there? Oh, he didn't think that the number 5 of Crawford was going to give him the gap, and he checked up big time, and Sanchez is gone. And he had worked so hard, the 25 had, trying to close it up, because now here comes Sanchez. And now the gap. Last time they came by, it was 1.5 seconds. Nope. And Nadarchik runs a little wide through 12, this time through 3.6. So that alone, that little bit of catching traffic, cost the white 25 Praga about 1.9 seconds. What a shame. And there you see, that is the number 9 of Nadarchik, and he just got out of rhythm coming through 12. Dropped that right rear tire, saved it, didn't, you know, it's so easy to loop it, because as you drop that tire, your initial reaction is just, you know, the self-preservation reaction is to lift. That's the worst thing you can do, and he did a nice job of just keeping a moderate throttle. I'll tell you what, Drew Altman has responded after running laps up in the mid 130s. He's dropped back into the 129s, and that has blunted any type of an attack for Milan Lewis. And keep in mind, Altman runs in that FP3 category, so Crawford and Nadarchik battling for second and third. Altman has himself a very comfortable margin right now. And let's see, this time through, Sanchez building on that margin now, up to over 6 seconds. Boy, Altman is sort of out on the island right now, isn't he? All by himself at this stage. Here comes Manny Sanchez. You can see that margin. And I wonder, whoever the driver is in that number 25, if they've just said, look, I'm not going to catch him. I'm not going to risk. I've got another driver that's going to be in this car. I'm just going to back off, take it easy here. I don't know that that's what's happening, but suddenly his lap times have dropped pretty substantially. We have 3.5 minutes remaining. Okay, Just getting word from race control, 5-minute warning, 5-minute warning for our GT drivers. 5-minute warning for our GT drivers. So if you're not down there and kitted up, hustle, hustle, hustle. About that time. Yeah, right now that gap has exploded up front. Sanchez up by almost 13 seconds over the 25. Tell you what, Gabriel Znadarczyk, even when he loses a little ground, he closes it back up again a bit. Well, he's got an opportunity here as the class leader, Altman, coming up to put a lap on him. And if he plays the game right and lets Altman through at the right time, again, he's just way too gentlemanly. I was going to say, if he played the game and let Altman through where he can try and stay with him a little bit, get a toe and watch what he's doing. Keeping an eye. Oh, look at this. Late move down into 8. Is he going to get it done? That is the leader, Altman, in the class, passing second in the class, and does. So now he's got a lap on the FP3 field. FP, by the way, if you're just arriving, is FARA prototype. There's an FP1, an FP2, and an FP3. 1 minute to go, and checker flag is coming out. It's actually out now. Checker flag flies. So Drew Altman getting the win in the number 11 in FP3, with Jimmy Crawford, the number 5 second, the 9 of Gabriel Znadarczyk in the 3rd spot. Here comes Milan Lewis, who will finish 2nd in FP2. I'm sure he's going to be frustrated because he had a really good run going and then just had that spin, lost touch with everybody, and sometimes that you just get out of your rhythm and it's tough to get it back. And of course, winning overall and in FP2, it's Manny Sanchez. Great experience and putting it to good work here. And then winning the FP1 category, finishing 2nd overall, the number 25, Haub and Bruhat Praga. And you heard my call that we're going to get the GT sprint race, 25 minutes for our big field of GT machines, underway as quick as we possibly can. And again, this will be our final on-track activity, racing-wise, in terms of outright competition of the day. All right, our field for our first of 4 GT sprint races is making its way out onto the track. Here is the starting lineup on the overall pole and the GT1 pole. The top 4 cars, by the way, all GT1A. And before I can even get into the grid, there's a very important announcement. We can have nobody sitting on the pit wall. Nobody sitting on the pit wall, or we can't start this race. So anybody who's sitting on the pit wall, please move. I saw a few of you move immediately. Thank you so much. So we can get this one underway. All right, here's our TLM Racing Porsche of Evan Stamer. Starting second, the number 105 Porsche of Angel Benitez. Starting third, the number 68X GT1 Porsche of David Tuati. And Andy Pilgrim sharing that car. What a duo that is. Starting in the 4th spot, the number 16 Porsche of Stefan Oberndorfer. Then our first GT1B category car is the number 87, the pole sitter in that class, Mark Julian, who had a huge successful run in our opening round of the championship. Starting on the 6th spot, 5th in GT1A, the 103 Porsche of Jody Miller. Starting in the 7th spot, the number 4 of Michael Mendela. That is the GT1B outside front row qualifier, if you will. Starting in the 8th spot, 6th in GT1A, the number 38 Corvette of Marcos Vento. Starting in the 9th spot, 3rd in GT1B, the Lamborghini of Elon Katz, the number 81. Starting in the 10th spot is the number 28. Starting in the 11th spot, on pole in GT2A, the number 55 of Fabio Escorpioni. Starting second in GT2A, also in a Ginetta, both cars are Ginettas, the number 60 of Adolfo Rossi and Aline Cipriani. Starting in the 13th spot, 4th in GT1B, the 73 of Yosef Hakem. Starting in the 14th spot, 3rd in GT2A, the number 47 of Philippe and Camilo Rezic. That is one of our Ansem Motorsports KTM crossbows. Starting in the 15th spot, the number 76 of Nicholas Carangellon. That is 4th in the GT2A category. Starting in the 16th spot, the number 84 of Manny Gomez on pole in GT2B. Starting 17th, the 172 of James Hamann. 5th in the GT2A category. Starting 5th in GT1B, the number 18 of Charlton Holmes. Starting in the 19th spot, the 37, 6th in GT2A, Phil Hudson. We are coming to the green. We're green, 25 minutes, sprint 1. The 2 orange and blue TLM Porsches down into turn 1, and it is Evan Stamer that holds on to that pole spot and takes away any opportunity that David Tuati had for just an instant of maybe trying to sneak through. By the time they got to the start-finish line, Tuati actually had his nose ahead just a little bit. But Stamer able to hang on here. Here comes our Honda Wars start. A little bit of a split start here. We didn't really get back to that field. On the pole in the Honda Wars category, the 89, the Kanahute and Tomasina, excuse me, entry. Then the number 6 of Wilbur and Richard Perez. Third, the 718 of Ernesto Roca and Rafael Garcia. And then 4th, the 725 of Moises Cordero and Carlos Lazaro. Isabella Abreu on pole in GT4A was in that group, the number 11. Also second in GT4A, the 44 of Alfonso Ruiz. Look at this pack of cars here. Honda Wars and some of our GT3 and 4 category machines. What a scrum they have going here. Meanwhile, our leaders down the front straight. And Evan Stamer, what a first lap. Boy, he uncorked a 129.7 And that was from a rolling start, so he didn't have the full acceleration out of the last turn, and he's already up by 1.5 seconds over the 68X. Not sure who's driving that, whether it's Duati or Pilgrim. Jody Miller is third. Stefan Oberndorfer is in the 4th spot. And now 5th, Marc Julien, leading in the GT1B category in that number 87, that black and white Porsche, with the number 4 of Manella in another Porsche from MCR Racing right there as well. Then leading in the GT2P category, the number 47 of Justin Levine. That is a BMW M3. Boy, there's some fierce battling going on in that GT pack with the GT3, 4, and Honda Wars cars. Putting on a show as Stamer, a 27.2 by Stamer in 2 laps. He's up to almost 4 seconds. He is flat booking right now, folks. Then another 2 seconds back is Jody Miller. And Stefan Oberndorfer another second back. And Miguel Marcano sitting in the 8th spot right now, and I think that's 5th in GT1A, so he didn't get the best of starts. And boy, Adolfo Rossi got a tremendous start in that number 60, Ginetta. Remember, it was Fabio Escorpioni in the 55 who was on pole, and Cipriani and Rossi are now 10th overall with Escorpioni in 13th overall. So what a beautiful start they had. And in fact, second in the class right now is the 76 and Nicholas Carangellen, having a really good start as well in his Orbit Porsche. Doesn't take long for these really quick GT cars to get themselves into some traffic here, and it's going to get really close down into turn 2 and 3 here as they're catching this big pack. Look at this. So far, the flagger's doing a great job with the blue flags, and everybody thinks of that as the passing flag. It's not. It just means check your mirrors, technically. But everybody being very mindful. And obviously, if you're in a slower car and that blue flag comes out, you're going to understand that's probably somebody faster coming up on you. When I did a Skip Barber school, and our instructor was a little bit more harsh in his description, somebody asked him, what does the blue flag mean? He goes, well, it basically means there's a good race going on somewhere, and currently you're not in it. And I thought that was harsh, but sometimes accurate. It was a motivational thing, I'm sure. Tell you what, amazing what can happen when you catch traffic. Remember I said it was 4 seconds between Stamer in the 68 and the 68X? Well, Stamer didn't get the best in traffic. That margin is down to 2.5 seconds. Here he comes this time. What is it as they cross? 1.6. So Stamer by himself is absolutely wickedly fast, but right now traffic not treating him well. In the Honda Wars right now, it is the number 89 of the points leaders, Canahuate and Tomasello out front over the 6 of Perez and Perez. and a big margin at that, some 7 seconds. In the GT2B category, Manny Gomez leading over David Lira. In GT2A, it's the Rezics have now gone to the front in front of Adolfo Rossi, Nicholas Carangellon, Fabio Escorpioni. Mark Julian has a very slight lead over Michael Manella. Those two Porsches having a really good run in the GT1B category. So we're watching the field work its way down the front straight. Here comes your race leader, easing through some traffic. Things starting to spread out a little bit more right now. Here he is. There is second, the 68X, both from the TLM, Twadi Lira Motorsports camp. I'm keeping an eye out right now as we head down into turn 2. This could be a change in class as Julian got caught by traffic, got parked in the bright orange Lamborghini right behind him here. Watch him on the exit of 3 here. Oh, the Lamborghini trying to work through the traffic and got a little help. Nice awareness by the driver in that lower class car in opening that up. And that Lamborghini now cost him a little bit, but he had been within half a second. That car just turning into turn 6 right now, folks. That is your leader, Mark Julian, who had an incredibly good weekend at the opening round doubleheader. And trying to keep that streak alive. That's the GT1B category. And Julian won pole, 4 wins, 3 fast laps. So just a remarkable run for him, but he is under threat right now. And it's really, here they come out of the last turn. Look how close that is, folks. Remember, Michael Manella in that number 4, he lost a little bit of a gap in traffic there. But all in all, he gathered it up enough that he only ended up losing a 10th total from where they were last time by. And he's made up some ground in the latter half of that lap. So he might have a little bit more pace than Julian right now. And the other side of the coin is at this point for Julian, you know, he's leading in the points. How hard is he going to fight? That Lamborghini didn't run the first round. So he is right now currently not any kind of a factor in the points. Will he be a part of the entire rest of the season? Well, we don't know that at this stage, do we? So it's really a matter of how hard is Julian going to fight for this win? Oh, one of our cars, I think that was Isabella Abreu, running just a little wide. And boy, that is, what a great battle here. So we're looking at some of the other battles on the class, but here comes that compelling battle. There it is. It's that close for the lead right now in GT1B. This is a superb battle here. Again, last time by. Let's see what the gap is as they come through. Boy, it's really, really close at this stage, isn't it? And they've got some more traffic. That car up front looks like he's really struggling to get that car to turn. So both of them will probably be able to get through. I think that's one of our GT3 BMWs. Wow, this one's flown by, hasn't it? We're already coming up on the halfway point. And I'll tell you what, no matter what that 68X does, when they get close, sorry folks, that was a really close haul down the front straight. They're working their way through traffic. We got action everywhere. That's what makes FARA so compelling here. It is a non-stop passing bonanza. If you like watching cars pass, doesn't matter if they're in the same class, it's affecting battles in the class. Oh, these guys are putting on a show. Heading down into turn 1, now into 2. There they come. This is just fun to watch. Certainly fun to call here. Well, I'll tell you, the 47 just in the GT2A category, the 47, the Rezic entry has just flat checked out. And that's the KTM, the Crossbow GT4. It's an incredibly agile, well-handling car. And a big, big lead right now. Somebody dropping a tire at the exit of 2. Looks like they were able to continue. Boy, this is quite a duel here. Look at this group, folks, coming down the front straight. Ooh, really deep. That was almost compression contact. I'm not sure how that crossbow avoided that bit of... Oh, somebody's lost a motor over at the exit of 8. Somebody has lost a motor, it looked like, at the exit of 8. Might be one of our Janettas. Problem on the backstretch. Problem on the backstretch. The big plume of smoke. Question is, he's way down to the inside now, but it's a long way around to pit in. And did he end up putting oil down somewhere? Have to keep an eye out, see what race control says at this point. Yep, so far, race control certainly talking to the corner marshals. The corner workers out on the track, and they give them the eyeballs, and they can say, yeah, track looks good right now, or, yeah, we've got moisture down on the track of some sort. And with this traffic, Stamer has been able to get back up to about 3.2 seconds over the 68X. Another 3.5 seconds back to the 103 of Miller. And Stefan Oberndorfer has been caught out by some traffic as well. Right now, leading in, or second, third, fourth in GT1B is the number 53 of Gary Young. That's that beautiful Ferrari F430. Let's give you a quick rundown of who's doing what in each of our classes. I just talked about the GT1A category. GT1B now, Mark Julian continuing to lead over Michael Manella. Then that 81 of Ilan Katz has dropped back a little bit. That Lamborghini has fallen adrift a little bit. Then Gary Young sits fourth. Yusuf Hachem in the 73 is fifth. The 14 of Charlton Holmes is 6th, and the 132 of Sophia Baszler as she steps up. Oh, and a big lockup over in turn 3. Did you see it? You see it right there, just off to the right of the screen. That white Porsche just got in a little bit too hot, lit the left front brake up. It locked up, and they lost a couple of spots. If I can find out, they were racing right in that area with that crossbow. That's the Rezic car, the 47. So unfortunately, I think that was the number 60 Ginetta of Adolfo Rossi and Aline Cipriani. They are done. So now it's Fabio Escorpione, second in the 55 car to the Rezic number 47. Then it's Nicholas Carangellon up into the third spot, the number 76 Orbit Porsche, and the 172 of James Hamann, a Porsche Cayman. In GT4A, it's still Isabella Abreu in the number 11 with a big lead over the 11 of Alfonso Ruiz. GT2B, it's the 84 of Manny Gomez with a nice margin right now over the 17 of Roberto Dalla Costa. Then the number 12 of David Lira. Honda Wars, still the number 89 of Luis Rene Canahute and Mimo Tomasello leading, but that margin is coming down under 4 seconds now, back to the number 6. All right, Pro Spec Miata to the grid for your shootout. Pro Spec Miata to the grid for your shootout. In GT3A, it's the 77 of Pisa and Tamarian leading over the 18 of Jonathan Salerno by about, that's a healthy gap. In GT3B, it's the 111 of Zoltan Wallace. Then his ATAC Racing BMW 540i. Five minutes to go in this one, folks. I think the car that may have had that big lockup we saw is the 16 of Stefan Oberndorfer, as that car is pulled into the pits and they are looking at tires right now. And the way they're looking here, yep, they're going to let him release now. Sometimes a tire will lock up like that because the opposite side tire, so if it's a left front that locks, the right rear, because it has a leak and you start to get the cross weights going wrong in the car, and it'll unweight that front tire. But they've sent him back out. And it may have felt like that because once you lock up and run wide, well, offline, there's all kinds of junk out there. Marbles, the little balls of rubber that come off of these tires that ball up and fly to the side. And you get some of those on your tire, and then the car feels horrible for a little bit. And because your racing tires are hot, these slicks get hot, obviously. When that happens, it can take corners to scrub that junk off of your tire. So he may have sensed something just didn't feel right. Oh boy, and our beautiful Ferrari F430 comes by and it sounds like it's off song, something not right with that absolutely gorgeous car, the 53 of Gary Young. Yeah, everybody else in the class is running mid 130s, and he just turned a 144.0. His best lap of 37 flat, so something not quite right there. Good little group heading into turn 6 here. A lot of, it's one of the things that's fun here is all these cars, you know, different categories out there on the track. Late lunge down into turn 8. The car in the front did not see the other one coming. I think that was, might have been Zoltan Wallace in that BMW. And I think that was the Ferrari that was diving down underneath. And there was darn near contact there at turn 8. Well, and there's the problem is that that Ferrari has got some sort of intermittent problem because he doesn't have a lot happening down the straights. So the white flag is out. White flag is out. He doesn't have much speed down the straights, but he still can get pretty deep in the corners. Oh, what a shame to see that Ferrari struggling like that. But last lap. Here we go, onto the front straight. For the win, Evan Stamer. Coming through, beating his stablemate, the 68X of Twatty and/or Pilgrim, by 2.5 seconds. After an eventful drive through traffic, the 103 of Jody Miller. In third and fourth overall will be your GT1B winner, Mark Julian. After a pretty fraught race, keeping his perfect streak alive. 5 races for him thus far this season, including the 4 at the opening round of the event. 5 wins for Julian. Winning in GT2A, the number 47 of Felipe and Camilo Rezic. Don't know who is driving the car, but that KTM Crossbow GT4 from Ansa Motorsports. Just an absolutely stellar drive for him. Michael Manella will finish second in the GT1B category in his Porsche. Third will be Alan Katz in that beautiful orange Lamborghini. Second in GT2A will be the number 55, the Ginetta of Fabio Escorpioni. And then the 76 of Nicholas Carangellen in the Orbit Porsche. That is GT2A. GT2B, Manny Gomez getting the win there in the number 84. That's the Palm Beach Tactical Racing BMW, the M2 CSR. And he had a pretty healthy margin in hand over the number 17 of Roberto Dalla Costa, who finishes second in GT2B. Third in completing the podium, David Lira in his number 12. PLM Racing BMW. Winning in GT3A, the number 77 of Pisa and Tamarian over the 18 of Jonathan Salerno and the 59 of the Paulinos, Matthew and Juan. Winning GT3B, the 111 of Zoltan Wallace. Winning GT4A, Isabella Abreu in her Mazda. Over the 44 of Alfonso Ruiz. And then winning in the Honda Wars, the number 89 of Luis Rene Canehuate and Mimo Tomasello. Over the number 6 of Wilbur and Richard Perez. And completing the podium, the 725 of Moises Cordero and or Carlos Lazaro. So that wraps it up, folks. That is our first of 4 GT sprint races here. We have one more little fun treat coming at you here. And that is going to be our Pro Spec Miata Shootout. No points on the line. Just pride and money. Treasure. This is Pro Spec Miata Racing after all. And remember, this race that's coming up, the grid established by a random draw. That was done at the drivers' meeting this morning, so. $15 minutes. Lap times in the 145, so that'll probably be probably around 6 laps, I would think, of this. So the field is lining up, and we are getting ready to go racing. So in looking at the grid, it looks like it's going to be the number 69 of Mark Gibbons, who will be starting on at the front of the field. Looks like we've got our field. Just trying to get everything lined up here. The problem is there's some cars that were left from the GT race, the 55 Ginetta, where a couple of cars should probably be actually lined up here. So I think based on this draw, it looks like it might be the 00 of Max Bankin would be starting on the pole for the shootout. The number 12 of Marcos Vento would be starting in the second spot. The 13 of Alfredo Zadan will start in the third spot. Perhaps the number 33, Mark Spring, in the fourth spot. 17 of Kalen Kinley starting in the fifth spot. The number 20 of James Fountain in the Auto Technic car will start next. Then the number 45 of Harley Scuffle. Then the 46 of Chris Clark. And the 48 of Frankie Barroso, remember our point leader, driving the Auto Technic car. Yeah, I'm sorry, folks. I don't think that's correct. My apologies. We'll figure it out when they complete a lap. I think I'm seeing the indication here of 1 to go. I'm not sure, but from the grid people. All right, field underway. And the first car out of the gate is the 69 of Mark Gibbons. And it might be Max Bankin, and the number 13 of Zidane. Nope, Max Bankin is in the fourth spot, I believe. And the 63 of John Raudet. Boy, this is going to be fierce. 15 minutes with some 30 of these cars. Hoo-yah. Gonna be fun. And right at the very back of the field, one Max Schweid. All right, here we go. It's Mark Gibbons. No, this is not right either. I'm sorry, folks. We just don't have the rundown. It was done by a random draw. This is going to be a pretty spectacular sight because, once again, to make sure all the cars, because of how tight 13, 14, and 15 are, they very wisely use the oval 3 and 4 to let the cars bunch up. And 30 Pro Spec Miatas coming out of oval 4 here. This should be pretty amazing to watch and see what they do heading down into turn 1. Look at him packing up already back there. It just looks good. And again, as soon as that pace car makes its move down into the pit lane, like it does there, it's up to the pole sitter now to maintain that speed. Then there's an area where there's an acceleration zone where you could start to build a little bit of speed, but you have to watch for the green flag, and it's coming up. 15 minutes, Pro Spec Miata shootout. We're green! And away we go, and it is the 69 of Mark Gibbons with a nose ahead over Noah Harmon as we head down into turn 1, 3 abreast through turn 1, and a car trapped up by the wall. Oh, and a huge lockup, and they got away with it. Somebody running wide on the exit of 2. That was a plume of dirt. Somebody almost off the outside of turn 3 and hung on to it. I think that may have been the 13W of Jay Jackson. Look at this. We're 3 abreast at the apex of the bowl, turn number 4. Welcome to the world of Pro Spec Miata racing, folks. Absolutely fierce. Here we go, heading down into turn 6. And Mark Gibbons, he's in the place you want to be, out front. Might have somebody chomping out his tail, but at least he's not in the middle of a scrum of 3 wide. Back in the pack just a little bit. Look at them funnel through turn number 7. And now heading up into the very tricky and crucial turn 8. Top 4 cars have a little bit of a margin, and then the battle is on to the inside. Nice move there, but look at the roundup. Just staying around the outside, rolling a little bit more exit speed, and able to hang right on to an opportunity at that 5th position. And they have opted for this one to use oval 3 and 4, which makes the drafting really, really fun. And here we go. And these 2 leaders, they are working together beautifully right now. That's Gibbons and John Rodat in building a margin, and an attack from Nico Fondrini, and Rodat diving to the inside of Gibbons. Fondrini diving to the inside of Zidane for the lead and for a new second. And that kind of interrupted the momentum here, I think, of Alfredo Zidane, and he's lost touch a little bit here. And Nico Fondrini, man, did he get a run out of turn 4 and 5, and I think he might now have been able to make the move on Rodat and pick up the second spot. This is incredibly fierce action here. We still have dust in the air, and they're well clear of turn 2 right now, and now they throw up a little bit at the exit of 6. They are going after it here. I want to see here if Rodat was able to get the lead, and it was Gibbons that Fondrini passed, or if Gibbons was able to hang on to that lead when Rodat attacked him down into 2. But it is a good one, and now the 2, little bump draft there. They're now trying to create a little bit of a gap. Heading over into 3 and 4. Here they come. Look at this, folks. Those 2 guys up front playing the game absolutely beautifully. And now Fondrini cuts to the inside of Gibbons, and Gibbons has no option but to let him through. But the guy who might be in the best spot right now is the number 56 at Todd Burris. Huge amount of experience in Spec Miatas over the years, and he's one of the guys that had such a good run, winning the second race, winning the pole, and was in a great spot for the win in the first race till he made a little bit of a bobble coming through turn 1. And we're going to see here, let's see, Burris on that last lap went a 41.0, and that was quicker than anybody else out there. The only guy in the low 41s was Nico Fondrini, who is now your leader. Behind Burris is the 51 of Will Robinson, then the 101 of Mikhail Fontaine, and the 99 of Noah Harmon has slipped a little bit here. Here we go, up and out of turn number 8. And Fondrini, boy, he went to the front. He's able to pull a few car lengths here. But now the draft, watch this as Gibbons should be closing right back up. Here he comes, and he's probably going to haul John Rodat right with him. And those 3 cars, which are separated by a fair amount, are now going to have a 3-car train, and way low is the orange car. Look at that, Burris running the apron, and look at this as they come by. Gibbons back into the lead over Fondrini, then Rodat, and Burris now, he is joining that group. It's going to be a 4-car battle here in very short order. Then that little gap back to the 51 of Robinson, the 101 of Fontaine, the 99 of Harmon. Then a little bit of a gap, and you'll see the 12 of Marcos Vento in the mix. And Burris doing everything he can to glom onto that group up front. Boy, and Noah Harmon closing up just a little bit here in that battle in the back. He's right on the back right now, Harmon is, of Mikhail Fontaine, but up front, it is a duel. Well, it was a duel. That usually means 2 people. Now it's a scrum? Call it a scrum. And here we go, and a late lunge by Fondrini, and that forces the door open, and 63 of John Rodat down to the inside of Gibbons, and that's playing right into Todd Burris's hands, because now he's going to glom onto the back of Rodat, and that might be freezing Gibbons to the outside as they head down now. Oh my goodness, for a minute there they were 3 abreast in oval 3. They've settled a little bit, but Burris is now through and into 3rd. And you can see Fondrini sensed that Burris had a run, moved down, and Burris playing the game beautifully, got right in behind Fondrini, gave him a little bump, and that cleared them both, with Rodat able to get through on Gibbons. So Gibbons, entering turn number 4, was leading. Exiting turn number 10 when they're running the road course B format was 4th. Will Robinson kind of by himself right now. And then you've got the red 101 of Fontaine, the 99 of Harmon, Ventos, and the blue, I think, number 92 of Corey Collum in their own little scrap. And we're basically at halfway, just that fast in this 15-minute shootout. And let's see what happens here into turn 8. Boy, those 4 cars so close, you can't even really see the cars behind the leader. That's how close this racing is. And keep in mind, folks, they're racing this close. That means you're driving. If you're sitting in that 4th spot, you're driving through 4 windshields to try and see where you're going. They're side by side. An attack on Burris. Burris has the inside going into oval 3, and he gets a shove. Is he gonna go to the lead? He is. Burris now goes to the lead. That's the orange machine of Burris, the 56 to the front. Getting a little help from Gibbons, who had gone by on Nico Fondrini. Oh, and a massive lockup by 99 Noah Harmon into turn 2. Behind this battle we're watching, that tire is going to have a flat spot in it that's going to be massive. I'm not sure. There's going to be some serious vibrating going on here. And looking at the front here is Mark Gibbons. Continuing now. Looked like he might try and get through on Burris down here, but nope, tucks back in. Here's the lead 4. Now watch behind this lead group of 4. Here comes that next group. And that's now essentially 5 cars in that group here. The 51 of Robinson, the 99 of Harmon, the 12 of Ventos, the 101 of Fontaine, and the 92 of Corey Collum, that blue car. Well, and Collum on that lap has actually gone from the 8th and 9th spot, looks like, up into the 7th spot. Yep, he split that group now. But here's this battle at the front. These are 4 incredibly talented drivers, every one of them. Top level. It's maybe Spec Miatas, but believe me, these guys can drive. It's like they may have dropped Roudat. I don't know if he had a little bit of an, or maybe he just lost the toe here. What he wants is these 3 cars to spread out. Because if that happens, suddenly they're punching an even bigger hole in the air. And so far, they're not playing that game. I think they were looking in the mirror and said, man, if we can stay line astern here, maybe we can get Roudat. And our car, that Will Robinson just ran way wide down into 12. And that's going to cost him 2 spots. Yeah, he's now dropped from 5th. He's back to 7th right now. He's the 3rd car in that group of 4. We're getting a show here in 15 minutes, no question about that. Leaders coming up into turn 8. Burris, the bright orange car. It's easy to spot him, especially when he's leading. But is that the spot you want to be as we get down near the end of this race, which is coming up? See, where are they right now? We might get 2 more laps. We might get 2 more laps. And Roudat, he closes it up, but then he just loses a little something coming out of turn 8. And now Burris and Gibbons trying to make a little bit of a break on Fondrini, but we've got a car, a little bit of traffic coming up. Meanwhile, Noah Harmon. Oh, and the number 12 of Marcos Vento. I don't know if he lost it on his own or if he got tapped. but got it completely crossed up, exiting turn 1, slid to a stop. He's gathered it up, but he's now out of that battle behind our lead group of 4. Yeah, he lost a ton of ground here. Burris getting through on some more lap cars here and getting it done nicely, heading into turn 8. Our leader now into turn 8. There's the orange car. Did that other car look like that car? No, did not. Did not open the door up quite enough. And Burris now kind of got backed up, and he's got, I believe that's going to be Gibbons. But Gibbons, you know, this is where the racecraft of these guys. Gibbons could have barged his way through on Burris, but I think he sensed an opportunity to stay behind and have the two of them work together and draw away from the pursuers, and they've done that. And meanwhile, John Raudat, under braking into turn 1, slices underneath Nico Fondrini. And just that fast, that 4-car battle at the front is rejoined here. Look at this. And we are on the last lap. The white flag has come out. Well, this is going to be an interesting study, and for everybody, this shootout is giving them a little bit of knowledge of where do we want to be starting the last lap in tomorrow's races. Gibbons right up behind the number 56 of Burris as they head into turn 8. Looked like he had a run through 6 and 7, but elected not to push it. And here we go. Did everybody get out of turn 8? Well, looks like they did, with the exception maybe of Raudat or Fondrini, who's dropped off. So this is a 3-car battle for the win. Here we go into turn 9, oval 3. Burris leading from Gibbons and Raudat. The two of them opening it up just a little bit. Burris keeping it pinned to the inside. He's saying, if you're going to pass me, you got to go around the outside. I'm driving the shortest line, and it's Burris just hanging on by 75 one-thousandths of a second over Gibbons. John Raudat, another 2/10 back in third. Fondrini dropping off on that last lap. And in the battle of the cars behind them, 92 Corey Cullum, who just absolutely consistently worked his way up every lap from back in 9th up into 5th, completing your top 5. Noah Harmon 6th, Will Robinson 7th, 108 of Mikel Fontaine in 8th. Points leader Frankie Barroso in 9th, the number 48, and completing your top 10, the 45 of Harley Scuffle. How fun was that one, folks? Woo! Well, we sure hope you have enjoyed our coverage today right here on DriversEye Live. We'll be beginning our coverage again tomorrow at 9 a.m. And that will be the Prototypes sprint number 2 of 4, followed by GT sprint number 2 of 4. So make sure you come back with us 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow for a second day of action here at round 2 of the FARA 2024 season championships at Homestead-Miami Speedway. And congratulations once again, Todd Burris. And you know, if you remember early in this race, you remember when he pinned it down to the inside down there, and that's where the knowledge and experience of these guys is amazing. He pinned it to down to the inside and said, look, I'm not losing any kind of momentum here. It's the shortest way around the track, and that might play well if I end up leading starting the last lap. And try as Gibbons might, he just couldn't get by and missed it by that much. 75 1,000ths. John Raudak completing the podium, then Fondrini in that 4th spot, and Corey Cullum in the sort of rust, let's call it bronze is more accurate, I think. The bronze, black, and white machine completing your top 5. Wow, what a battle. And man, that was 15 minutes of racing. Keep in mind, the feature races tomorrow, 30 minutes. It's going to be mega. So as we wrap things up, want to say a huge thank you to all of the partners of FARA for this 2024 season. Chicago Atlantic Group, Fixie Wheels, Mission Foods, Garage Living, Colosso, The Race Tailor, Rue Helmets, Pilsen, Headquarter Mazda, and our official tire supplier, Hankook Tire. Really appreciate it, folks. Thank you so much. Again, we're going to have some of the HPDE, the high performance driver education machines, will be out on track for a while. But in terms of door-to-door competition on the track, we are wrapping things up. Again, thank you to all those partners. A huge thank you to all of our volunteers, including our corner workers out there, and all the volunteers you have to make an event like this happen. Big thank you to them. A huge thank you to the unsung heroes of the sport, the crews. While the drivers get a lot of the accolades, this is a team sport, and you don't have success without having a heck of a crew putting together a car for you. So a big thank you to the crews. And of course, most of all, to all of the fans that came out and watched day 1 of 2 here for this Miami Grand Prix weekend. Thank you so very much. Whatever you do tonight, please have a blast, but do it safely. We want you back here tomorrow, and bring 10 or so of your very best friends, and let's make day 2 of the Miami Grand Prix. Let's make it a party. Until then, take care, everybody. I am Greg Creamer. Thanks for joining us, and thanks once again to our great production team at DriversEye Live. We'll see you tomorrow.